Welcome back, everyone.
We invite you to take your seats as we kick off day 2 of the DigiTec Summit. We hope you had a great time on day 1 and a fun Friday night in Yerevan. Everybody ready over here? Great. We'll go ahead and welcome to the stage our first panel, which is going to be a synthesis of the fields we were talking about yesterday: business, education, and technology. To take it away, please welcome our moderator, Susanna Shamakhyan, Vice President of Strategic Programming at the Foundation for Armenian Science and Technology. To take it away, please welcome our moderator, Shamakhyan, Vice President of Strategic.
Okay, can you hear me? Welcome everyone and good Saturday morning. I'm very happy to have you all here, both physically and virtually. I'm happy to invite on stage the prominent speakers that we have today. Please welcome Narek Aslikyan, co-founder and CEO of Armenian Code Academy. Harutun Baldasaryan, Director of Engineering at DISCO. Etienne Delacroix, Independent Education Manager Professional. Gohar Grigoryan, CEO at Instigate Training Center Foundation. Larissa Hovanesyan, Founder and CEO of Teach for Armenia. And Michael Vartanyan, Chief Product Officer at Pixart. So today we are discussing a very challenging and important topic for Armenia and not only for Armenia in post-COVID world, and that is going to be interweaving layers of training, work-based learning, and industry growth. We know that the gap between the university and industry and the capacity that the job market requires has been a long-standing issue in tech industry for Armenia in particular. And this is the scope that we will be trying to explore with the speakers that we have here. I would want to kick off with one provocative question I want to ask everyone with a yes and no answer, and then a couple of follow-up questions for each of you. So first of all, is formal education becoming irrelevant for the tech industry in particular at the moment? Please say yes or no first. And then if you think that it's a yes, please explain what do you think is the main challenge and what are the opportunities for tackling this issue at large. Narek?
Yeah, hi everyone. Can I answer of course instead of yes? Yeah. Of course it's true, and we can't say that the higher education can be relevant today or tomorrow, because it should be way more flexible to answer and fit all the needs of technology market, because needs are changing almost every year. So educational programs designed for several years, for 4 years or 6 years, they can't be flexible in Armenian reality today. So the best thing higher education can do now is focus on science, on innovation, on long-term projects, but not on technology, education, and fitting needs of today's market.
Thank you. I think it's very important you mentioned that versus the need to abolish the fundamental and scientific education. I think there is always this debate whether we need, horizontal education or vertical education, and that's always the dilemma between the industry and university. And it's important to have both, but it's important to have the balance of the two, depending on the tempo that the market is developing. Harutun, what's your insight on that?
Good morning. And answer is definitely yes. Main reason, I believe, it's the big gap between education and industry, and not sure that it's anymore connected with modern technological stack overall and modern companies. So making sure that education more integrated with practical applications and companies, kind of the recipe to level up or improve the education. That's my strong belief here.
Thank you, Etienne.
Okay. It's a bit difficult. I'm at that age when hearing frequencies suddenly disappear. So I hear very little of what's being said. But I just reread the thematics of the panel, and what was submitted to me was, what have you done since you transmitted a certain load of experience to Armath?
That's going to be the second question.
Okay, so can you repeat the question that we are dealing with now?
Sure, sure. I was asking whether the higher education at the moment has become irrelevant for the tech industry.
I hear nothing. Absolutely not. It's the frequency. Yeah, speak like that.
Can you hear me now? No?
No.
Artie, maybe you could repeat?
Okay. See, I am an artist who was trained, who received this artistic training in a physics department, which is a paradox, and it's a complicated path to sustain. So it's very interesting to see this, because there is a cultural industry. And the cultural industry is fundamentally based on artistic talent. So here we go back to the deep question. I am fascinated to see how this digital evolution of society has a tremendous difficulty in relating qualitative and quantitative aspects of education. So that's the one point that at some point I would like to develop. Is
Sure.
this okay as a...
Yeah, thank you very much. Gohar?
Hello, good morning. I think yes, and if we need to have the education system that will meet the current technological gaps, we need to reach a combination of education, production, science. That's what the current system is not supporting, and that's what we, other tech companies, are trying to reach. And another important thing to speak about when we speak about the education and how it can meet the technological needs, that we need to speak about the integrity of education. And it shouldn't be only technological education, but it should also include the components of science, research, also art, humanitarian fields, etc. And only having these all components together, we can talk about technological education, and that it can meet the needs of technological field and in general the needs of other sectors in the economy.
Thank you. It's remarkable to hear that all of you working in various spheres reiterate the fact that we need broader education before we go into niches for further growth within the companies. So, Larissa?
I don't want to say that I disagree with everyone, because it's obvious why we want to say no to formal education if it's in the form that we have known it until now. I mean, my big question is, if formal education was completely reimagined, would we still say no to it? And so that's something that we're trying to do at Teach for Armenia right now, is to reimagine education so that it's relevant not only for the demands of our country in terms of jobs and markets and all these other things, but is also underpinning the importance of values, something that I think we always not pay enough attention to. Values in terms of national values, values in terms of work ethic. These are all things that a lot of us struggle with in our own companies. And so, you know, we're speaking at DigiTec. There's a lot of bright minds sitting here today. It's very easy to say, no, this hasn't worked for us and therefore we don't need it. But I think we are seeing the consequences of a formal education that isn't relevant, that doesn't prioritize our needs as a country and as employers also. And so my question is, do we say no or do we reimagine?
Thank you. That's a very important perspective for sure. And the question indeed is whether we try to change something that was created for absolutely different purposes, or we try to build a new educational reality for the new world that we are facing. Mikhail?
Yeah, I agree with Larissa. So in general, I think my answer is no. So in general, I think formal education is very important. If we are discussing about, we are speaking about Armenia, it may be yes. If we are speaking in general, no, and it's again about how we define formal education. Is it the formal education we had 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years, or now? So that's why I believe my answer will depend on the definition of the formal education and on country, and so there are many factors which impact it.
Yeah.
But in general, I think without it, it's still a lot of burden on the companies to teach people such things which they should learn from schools, from universities, and they already should be graduated knowing this simple stuff.
Obviously, I don't expect we're going to answer this very complicated question in just a couple of minutes, but I really appreciate the input of the speakers. Now, I would want us to dive in specifics of the reality in Armenia from perspective of different people and organizations here. First, Narek, could you please share how at ACA you are identifying in general what is needed in terms of the training and how you think that interrelates to actually formal education that is available. And if you could give some insight, what is the proportion of the trainees that you have who are ongoing students and graduates or already employed people? That would be also interesting insight.
Yeah, of course. So basically we are trying to predict the catastrophic need of talent in Armenia now. How can we do that? An example, several years ago, we started our practice in data science and prepared around 300 of junior data scientists that time. After that, we went deeper into Python engineering, into product management. Now we're trying to do the same with data engineering, with DevOps, product design, and other things that market needs now. The algorithm is very simple. Let's take a startup, came into our office, visiting us and asking to prepare DevOps students or data engineers. After that, we just need to ask several companies, do they see the same need in their companies, or maybe we have a potential need of these specialists in the future? And if answer is yes, we are starting designing that course the same day. We are treating global and local tutors to design the curriculum, and of course we are failing first time. Of course we are trying to do better next time and so on. But if we want to have good talent tomorrow, we should start thinking about it now. So that's why both quality and quantity are important. And if we're talking about the Armenian Code Academy, we will have around 3,000 graduates this year. Not all of them are professional level. Some of them passed only introduction courses, of course. But in general, it's much more than all the universities prepared in 2021 in STEM direction.
Just a follow-up question. Is the training you provide mainly equivalent, let's say, to higher education, or is it equivalent to the so-called level 5 training?
We are filling the gap between universities and labor market, basically, because the majority of our students are recent graduates who tried to be employed, find a job, and failed.
I see. Thank you very much. I think this creates a really good bridge to move to DISCO and Instigate as private companies who had long activities in actually training people in-house and then obviously creating a pipeline for recruitment for their own. The question would be, what is your experience in this field and what challenges you face? And what is the complexity of training you give? Meaning, do you mainly train juniors just to help them enter into the market and grow them, or do you do also advanced training, and how this relates again to the formal education available? Arjun?
Yeah. First of all, would like to one more time agree with Narek about especially big gap of data engineers and data scientists, also platform engineers. And it's not only gap in Armenia, it's, I believe, gap all over the world. And yeah, this year actually we started, this year we celebrated 3 years of our branch in Yerevan, and we started do more investment in education, in internship, and in training programs. So we're partnering with ACA, or with Learning Mission, with AUA, and maybe more than 5 initiatives already been started. Main challenge and complexity that I can mention is maybe time, and ensure that during the given time we can get the maximum value and provide the maximum knowledge that would be required to join DISCO. Simultaneously, in DISCO we value giving back to community initiative, which is mainly about when we opened the branch in Yerevan, we hired a lot of senior talents from the community. So it's a time to give back to community, and maybe this year we'll graduate overall 200 students based on our initiatives. And not all students will find a place in the DISCO, obviously. So it's a great chance for other companies to hire strong talents. And it's more about associate professionals and mid-professionals, obviously not seniors. Yeah.
Thank you. And Gohar, what's your experience in that space?
Yes, Instigate is like already 15 years that is doing engineering trainings, and this is the way how Instigate is growing, like taking juniors from universities or in general from schools even, and having the necessary training so they are able to work in IT company, not only at Instigate but also for the whole IT market. When we started our training program, in the beginning there was enough cooperation with universities, and that was on what we've been based on, taking students from universities. But with time we found out that it's too late to have students from universities, and it's time to go to schools maybe. That's why we have launched the ARMAT Engineering Labs, and let me just take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Etienne Delacroix, because he had an important role in defining the methodology we have in our math labs and also in real school. And then, after, as a continuation of ARMAT, Instigate launched its high school. Because again, we see that gap of taking students from high school, and that's a real school is a new type of high school that highlights the importance of creating real working environments, real working projects so that students can be involved. That's, again, we come to the mind that we should have that combination of industry and education. Unfortunately, these two projects have not been taken by the state as its own challenges. But anyway, Instigate, now is implementing another project with higher education, having its research and academic center. And the idea is to take projects from local and international organizations and have research groups that can work on these projects, in somehow also paying attention to science, not leaving the students go to market before doing their thesis. And the main problems we see here are, mainly related with parents, because they want their children to pass some period of their life in university to have this diploma. And also another problem we see is that we have lost the connection between secondary education and higher education. And the high school is now used to be tested for universities. Another issue is also related to some bureaucratical things we see. But in general, our trainings are with long-term duration, not only in Yerevan, but also in the region, because we consider education as a long-term, but as a stable solution for regional development. So that's why we also run trainings in regions involving also students from regions.
Thank you. I think it's very impressive to see what some of the companies do with their individual efforts, and it would be even more interesting to see what potentially joining the efforts of the private sector could help us achieve in this country, because I believe that's an untapped potential that we have now, especially the tech industry spends a lot of resources and time in education, but everyone does in silos, and maybe it's time for us to come together and do something, consolidate the efforts and potentially have bigger impact in schools as well. Couldn't agree more that we actually have fragmented attempts in different levels of education, and what that brings us to is that the value chain of the talent creation is broken. It doesn't work synergetically, and unavoidably we have to be in schools as early as possible. For cultural and family reasons, we definitely lose a lot of talent coming into this world for also many reasons, especially if we speak in broader terms as STEM, because IT and technologies are the narrow part of it. But at least in that space there is job opportunities. But if we go, let's say, into biology or physics, things get more complicated, and that also creates a lot of issues in this space. So this gives me an opportunity to transition into school education, actually, which I believe we all reiterated is very important. Etienne, do you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's frequency system.
Could you?
I cannot hear the frequencies.
Okay.
So I didn't hear, but can you summarize the question?
Yeah.
I didn't even know you were talking to me.
I will ask Hartun to help me with this one, but what we would want Etienne to do is to...
She's making, allowing me to connect to the thread.
Sure.
Can you summarize the question?
Yeah, just for it. Sure. If you, Etienne, could share your experience with Armat Labs and what you tried in terms of the philosophy to input.
Armat, okay. So,
you'll have to take the microphone.
when I worked on the methodology, when I worked on this methodology, it was a hands-on period. That was in Brazil. And in Brazil, I literally had to trick the system. work on misunderstandings, misreadings, to create a learning space within the universities where regular engineering students would mix with high school teachers or with technical school teachers or even with downright marginal artists. That's extremely difficult for universities to accept. But it was precisely that combination that made possible to experiment with these kinds of methodologies. So, if there is one fine structure element that's missing in our efforts to interweave, it's to grasp a little better the danger of monocultures. Is that understandable? So, Armath, for me, is sort of a miracle, because it's the first time I see an attempt at scaling such a methodology. What I think is still missing is how do we connect this contemporary learning machine that's based on internet, on the off-the-shelf system integrations, with much more direct to the fundamentals, matter, elements, also invariance. We are thinking that the world is changing all the time, but there are things that change much slower, and they can even stay for 1,000 years. When you're a physicist, you're trained to pay attention to what is invariant. And so you develop a mind frame to look at big scales and how very small elementary components, which have a long-lasting lifetime, will combine into the proliferating, changing world that we live in. Does that make sense? Okay, so I am now working on that. And because I realize that this methodology of looking at computer trash as a landscape is over. We don't have... Computer matter today is molecular. You don't touch it anymore. You just integrate it. So there is a next window of opportunity. What is it, you know? And it's probably carbon. When we finally have a way to make devices using no silicium, you probably will see a very interesting reorganization of digital industry. But we're not there yet. So what can be done in the meantime? Maybe I should stop at that, but that's what I'm working on. And I'm essentially writing software so that marginal artists can interact with computer scientists. With the hope that it can be useful for education.
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely interdisciplinarity and trying to look into the future is a very important component, because oftentimes we have the issue of being reactive to the problems we have at the moment and not seeing the problems that will emerge in 2 steps ahead of us, and oftentimes it would be easier just to focus on the future problem rather trying to be reactive all the time. To continue the topic on the school education, we recently learned from the ministry's efforts that we have a very challenging situation with STEM teachers, obviously. So we speak about technological and scientific future of Armenia, but we have a significant issue in terms of who is teaching from younger age the students. And even though there are now some financial incentives added and examination processes, we see that there is very few people who are able to pass the exams or are willing to even to enter into that world. And there are a lot of regions in Armenia that don't have, enough teachers in all aspects of STEM. So I know TFA is facing this challenge as well in rural areas. Could you share, Larissa, what is your, first of all, experience in trying to recruit fellows who would be engaged in STEM education, and what is the landscape and what you try to do to tackle those challenges?
Sure, thank you. So Teach for Armenia is an educational nonprofit oriented towards nation building through education. What we do is we are creating Armenia's biggest human capital talent pipeline for reform, specifically in education. How we do it, we recruit committed, passionate, resilient, mostly younger individuals just out of university, or young professionals, of different backgrounds, they're not necessarily educators, and we train them and send them to teach in rural schools across Armenia and Artsakh for 2 years. They get hired as regular public school teachers, and they teach a subject that is needed by the school. As we all know, we have a STEM crisis in our schools today. Anywhere between 30 and 40% of our schools don't have core STEM educators. I'm not even talking about computer science right now. I'm talking about math, chemistry, physics, biology, these core subjects that schools have a very, very difficult time of attracting teachers. So we have a STEM shortage, and it's no surprise that we have the same shortage literally in every other sector, especially in the tech sector. And so my call to everyone here is to really understand why that is happening. We have to look to public education to begin changing that. And we need to do it very, very, very quickly. It's a vicious cycle. We're all in it. It's impacting all of us. Not just in terms of skill set that we're looking for, but also in terms of once you recruit these people into your companies, like, do they have the right values and orientation towards work? To what Mika said, like, it's very, very, very important for us to think of formal education in that broader way. And so, with that experience, and then we've lived through this pandemic, we lived through the war, a lot of people started writing to us and to me and saying, Larissa, what can I do right now? A lot of these people were actually working in the tech community, young professionals saying, I can't necessarily leave my job in the tech world, but I want to be useful to Armenia and Artsakh today. What can I do? So after a lot of brainstorming with our team, we came up with what I hope to be a consolidated plan, Susanna, to your point, which we can offer to the Ministry of High Tech, the Ministry of Education, and also the tech professionals and tech companies. What we're launching is a new initiative called Tech for Armenia. And through this initiative, we want to provide an opportunity for professionals who are currently working in the tech industry in partnership with their employers to enable these people to keep their jobs, however, work remotely in a rural community, somewhere in Armenia or Artsakh, and do the Teach for Armenia program simultaneously. Why is that great for the company? Because through your employee that you're going to be sending to this community in partnership with us, that person can help you build a robust pipeline from that community and from that school into your company. I don't know if you heard, but everyone sort of said the same thing. We're developing our own school, we're developing our own academy, we're developing our own university. Gohad, you said it's too late to start from university, right? You're right, because we have to start earlier, we have to start in the public education system. And so through Tech for Armenia, we're very hopeful that in partnership, we can begin resolving this very complex issue that we're all faced with. And so if you're a tech person, or if you're a tech company sitting here today, I invite you to talk to us because we can offer that plan and we can coordinate the effort to hopefully fixing the shortage that we see in our schools, get our kids the education that they deserve and have a right to, and also hopefully benefit your own company by bringing in new talent. So that's the big ambitious plan. I can elaborate more if you want.
Sure. Thank you very much, Larissa, for sharing. I think it very much resonates with what we are trying to do and also discussing here. And the important thing indeed is that we don't have the luxury to blame the government for not being able to handle the public education or blame the industry for headhunting the talents and putting them in smaller niches. We just don't have the time to do this process. What we have to do if we want to have prosperous future is indeed try to use all the resources available, public, private, non-profit, to try to really understand how we can close jointly this gap. So I think your effort is very important, and hopefully these organizations and many more will join these efforts to try to scale the things all of these entities are doing in university and school levels. And I would want to come to Pixart with its very interesting experience of trying to train, first of all, non-tech professionals, which is an extremely important thing as well, because there we have challenges as well, and quite specific and robust demand on the tech industry level, and then at the same time a gap in skill set. And also, if you could elaborate a little bit on your experience with AI. AI is a very hype topic globally, and recently there were different reports that global demand of AI professionals is 70% higher than the supply that the world is giving in general, and the same would imply for Armenia. What is the experience of Pixart as a pioneer in building these types of trainings in-house, and where are you seeing that you have challenges and potentially other stakeholders could help you excel in your programs?
Okay, I can speak along about this topic, so I will be short this time. We have a long history of running trainings, not only Pixart, but with our other companies. So it was one of our major growth driver for gathering people, teaching them, internships, trainings. So that's how we reached to where we are currently now in Armenia, so almost 700 people. Without that, I didn't believe that we can do that, we could have done it. So we have this history of running these trainings a long time, but recently, for the last several years, we started to experiment with new types of trainings, which we call more programs. Those are 6-month programs, which are more fundamental, and they teach much more stuff than you can get during your short training. And the first of them was AI. We did it back in 2017. And at that time, we partnered with Armenian Code Academy and let them run that with our support, because we didn't have in-house capacity to do that ourselves. And we also did that not only for us, but we talked to several companies who needed AI people at that time. And it was just the beginning of AI demand increase in Armenia. And we were just establishing it. So we did it, and it was pretty successful. Then we started to continue it each year and did it ourselves, and that's how it worked for us, and we managed to grow our AI team throughout these 5 years. And also we noticed, okay, technical trainings and technical programs are fine, we are doing them well, but still we have high demand for product managers. We have high demand from product people currently. So in 2019 we decided, being inspired from Google's Associate Product Manager program, we decided to do ours in a similar way. And it worked really well. It's like we just started to hire people which were working in different other professions, but who wanted to become product managers. The requirement was that they should have full-time commitment. So they should leave their job, they should full-time commit, and we were putting them in 4 rotations across the company. So they were working 6 weeks in different groups and teams and learning hands-on, like how to operate the team, how to manage the project, etc. So it worked really well as well for us. Of course, there were a lot of issues which we used for our next training. So that's how we were establishing our different programs and trainings. And right now we started to experiment, and we just launched our associate ProdOps training. It's again very the discipline which now in high demand, not only in Armenia but globally. So we hope that it will be another success for us. So doing all of this, we decided, okay, how we need to systematize what we were doing, because we were doing it more on the ad hoc basis. And as a result, we established our PixArt Academy. And now we are also almost completed our second acquisition, which should help us also to drive this PixArt Academy project. We will be announcing it very soon, but it's our second acquisition in Armenia. And we are very excited that this acquisition will help us to drive further and expand our PixArt Academy efforts. So yeah, if there are any other questions, feel free to reach me. I can elaborate more, but just a short summary of what we have been doing and what we are doing currently. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. I think we have a little more time, and I would want to have an open question to the group and whoever would want to volunteer. We have been discussing the entry point, so how to make sure that we have capable people who are able to enter the industry, and that's a big challenge, as we saw. But also another challenge I know that big tech companies are facing is how you grow from mid-level to senior level, or where you get senior level professionals at all, given that, you know, very early on we try to get them as juniors into the system. And I know many companies spend a lot of money for headhunting or bringing from abroad senior professionals. If you could share what is the growth path that you try to ensure to your employees to make sure that you have also this type of talent in your companies, and what challenges you face in terms of also trying to attract that type of a talent, either from Armenia or abroad. Anyone who would want to pick? Hartson?
Yeah, actually, that's a great question. So maybe the first thing that I would like to mention, that it's important to have career growth framework that explains and make it very much tangible how professionals should grow. And it should be very much transparent for employees. I mean, it shouldn't be surprise what me as a mid-engineer should do to become a senior engineer. And maybe the second thing, it's the values the company has. So having growth mindset as a part of our values definitely helps with that. And maybe the last thing, it's working with junior and interns helps mid-engineers and senior engineers to grow. I mean, it helps to build skills of mentorship. It helps to grow you as a professional, to ensure that you are doing your best for juniors and to help them to grow too. I mean, it's this cycle, mid-engineers, senior engineers helping interns, kind of works very well because they grow as professionals and they also open doors for new talents. Yeah.
Thank you, Arjun. Anyone else? Maybe Goar or Mikhail?
So, as I understand, the question was how we attract and how we incentivize or how we find senior people.
How you help grow them in-house and how you try to attract them, yes.
Yeah, growing them in-house, it's a long process, and you need to spend a lot of time and efforts to do that, and that's part of the process why you are doing these trainings. Then you need to continue to spend and invest more in these people in order to get them to that level. So it's culture, it's mentorship, it's ongoing work, and making sure they are doing what they like to do and what they love to do. Because there are many cases when you put people in some places where they cannot show their full strengths, and then you put them somewhere else, and they do really great. So we're constantly trying to find the right place for this kind of people and help them. And in terms of senior people, it's a global problem currently, because we are currently hiring in almost all locations, literally, in Europe, in US, Canada, India, Japan, so everywhere, and it's the same problem. Just the Armenian market is, of course, too small for such a large number of companies which currently here and which are planning to come here. So our approach is currently to hire also outside of Armenia, try to relocate some of the people, but at the same time keeping, of course, our international offices, and have this sharing of experience between all these global offices, part of our culture, in order to grow our own culture and make sure the people are growing across the board. So I believe Armenia will benefit and all other countries will benefit from this approach.
And do you also, let's say, when you say they grow within the company, do you also potentially send them to trainings abroad or some type of other capacity building that is not available in Armenia? Do you find a gap for sort of senior level training or that transition aside from the in-house processes?
Yes, definitely. That's one of the strategies. And whatever trainings needed outside of Armenia, in Armenia, we would do it, and it's quite good because especially most of the people who are born here and who haven't worked outside of Armenia, there's very hard cultural aspect working with global teams. So having these international trainings or spending time out of Armenia in other locations and offices helps us also to grow these people, not only for their hard skills, but also what's very important for us is making sure that they are really good with their soft skills, communication, and multicultural approach, and all of these things.
Thank you, Mikhail. And Gohar?
Yes, this is really a global issue we all IT companies have. But the strategy of Instigate was always take juniors and for our training program to prepare them for further growth. And everything starts from our training program that intends not to prepare just programmers, but engineers who are able to solve like large-scale technological issues. And it's a long-term training up to 6 month duration. We never do short-term trainings. And when they start working in projects, they have possibilities to be rotated between projects, to be able to work with different technologies, and at any point of time when needed, they are able to work with different technologies. This is, yes, mentorship, this is working with seniors that we already have in the company. Also, we have developed a personal development plan, how their career will grow. And parallel to these engineering things we have that are constantly running in the company, we pay high attention to the culture, to the ethics, how they can be, what we can do so they are connected with their country, with their company, so they have this feeling of working for the country they are living in. I think we have success, and this is the success story of the company, and it works.
Thank you.
Just one quick comment, if possible, last one. So that works up until you have the right number of senior people who can mentor and manage these junior people. We're doing the same, but as soon as we reached to this like 600 people, we understood that number of juniors and number of interns are much more that we can handle with the number of our senior people. So that's when we decided to focus more on bringing now more senior people than only continue whatever we're doing before. Because otherwise, it becomes a big headache for the company and for the business.
Thank you. And before Narek makes an input, I would like to ask the audience to raise the hand if you have questions, while Narek also share his opinion.
We were talking about higher education and our discussion about schools. That's the same problem. We need seniors now, we'll need seniors tomorrow, and nothing will change. If we need seniors now, please hire people from abroad. Relocate them or hire them remotely. Post-COVID era allows us to do that. If you want to have seniors tomorrow, start hiring today. Juniors, make internships. We are in a very good company now on this stage because Disco, Instigate, Pixar are the best practices maybe in Armenia of growing young talent. But the majority of Armenian companies are not ready. They're not ready to invest in the growth of juniors or organizing internships, and we can't just complain that we don't have enough seniors, blame so-called headhunters, actually recruiters, and the problem is not there. So if we want to solve this problem today, let's hire people from abroad. We are global enough with our salary ranges, and we can hire people from Eastern Europe, from CIS countries, from Middle East, solve this problem today and start solving tomorrow's problems.
Thank you. I think we are tapping into a lot of existential issues here, because all of these things has also a lot to do with the economic development of the country, how attractive it is for foreign employees to work here, and all of the other things. But I think one common thing we share is that there is a lot to be done, that is a lot that is being done, and it's very important to continuously strive together for tackling these challenges. I think we have a question or input from the audience. Rafi?
Yes, thank you, Susanna. Thank you for a great panel so far. My question is the following. Narek and Larissa kind of represent what I would call concentrated learning, meaning that rather than one company trying to trying to solve their own problem, or each company trying to solve their own problem, you have sort of a place where many companies or companies go to one place to hire employees. Is there an opportunity, back to what Mikhail and Larissa said, to try to scale what you all are doing at individual companies and come up with a better model, either working with universities or maybe investing in something like Armenian Code Academy or the Instigate Training Center, so that rather than each company doing it themselves, we actually can reach more scale and really try to solve this problem at an industry level. I mean, obviously it's easier. You know, we've all been CEOs of companies. When you solve your own problem, it's quicker. You can tailor the program to specifically your own needs, but it's not scalable. And many companies complain that they train people who then sort of move on to another company anyway. So is there an opportunity? It's a hard question, but is there an opportunity to scale on a more coordinated basis across the industry?
The main bottleneck for us to scale is the culture of sharing, is the absence of culture of sharing. So that will be perfect to have engineers, professionals ready to share their knowledge. And if we have 2 times more tutors today, we will have 2 times more students tomorrow. I want to give an example of our SPIRC, with our diaspora, to attract a local tutor to Armenian Code Academy to cooperate. We need to spend a lot of time, and we need a lot of negotiations to attract a tutor from Bay Area, from top-tier companies. We just need to reach out, and they're ready to help. So I want the local community to start sharing, and that will be perfect. I think that's the main thing we need to scale our operations.
Thank you, Narek. Larissa?
Yeah, I would say that I don't think Armenia is yet building a technological industry. And I think in order for us to do that, we have to operate in a very different way and at a different level. Many tech companies, probably in the world, don't have to also bear the responsibility of nation building. I think tech companies in Armenia must. And so with that, I would say it just pains me knowing that we have such high unemployment rates in Armenia. I think bringing in experts and people from abroad is very important. But I don't think it needs to come at the cost of us not hiring and investing a lot of money and time and resources into, for example, cultivating that talent within our regions first. I don't think it needs to be one or the other, but I think it has to be that sort of orientation. So, I mean, I think first we need to acknowledge that we have a major crisis. I hope that after the war, we can come to that realization. I mean, I don't know what else it's going to take in order for us to get there. Second, I think tech companies need to take onto that responsibility, to make a commitment to each other, to make a commitment to the country, to our students, to our people. This is the industry that we can cultivate in Armenia. And I think in order for us to do that, it has to be, to Nadek's point, a shared vision. It has to be a shared effort. It has to be a structured, consolidated plan. We cannot work in silos anymore.
You made a number of very interesting points. The one you just made about the specific problem of Armenia. And earlier you made a point about focusing not only on digital technology, but also on mathematics, physics, biology, and these things. When I was working for a few months in Tumo in 2013, I tried to experiment with the same methodology I had in Brazil, and of course no one understood what I was doing. But there was a small group of young girls, 14, 15 years old. And they ended up working on very old machine doing x86 assembler, which is completely outlandish in their progression. Yet I could see they were enjoying this as a chess game. It was just simply, the point I will try to make is that underlying computer technology, fundamentals of programming, are an extraordinary place to connect with other disciplines because they imply words. In other words, the question of language, when you enter into programming, has an incredible potential that is not being tapped. It's a bit abstract what I'm saying. And I will push, to finish, I want to push this a little more and saying, when you think of language, you think of narrative. And not only like in math in an axiomatic sequence. So I think all these efforts Armenia is making at creating interfaces for learning would be a very interesting place to develop a narrative on decoding what is happening at the intersection of bits, that's data, atoms, that's matter you manipulate, physics, and language. So if you really meditate this intersection of bits, atoms, and language, and take the art attitude to look at that place, to construct a narrative, you will be able to leverage the very strong traditional patrimony of education in Armenia. I don't know if that makes sense, the way I phrased it. But when I was in Brazil, I saw Brazil as the natural laboratory for what I wanted to do. I ran into one problem. Elites in Brazil are disconnected from their own country for historical reasons, colonial roots, etc. It's not the case in Armenia. In Armenia, obviously, elites are concerned about the project of their country. So maybe Armenia, for me, would be another natural laboratory to do this research. This may all have seemed a little confusing, but maybe not completely. Bits, atoms, and language. At MIT, there was a big emphasis on bits and atoms. But the language component never appears. It's obfuscated and made into products.
Thank you very much. I would want to thank all the prominent speakers here. I think this was a very dynamic and interesting discussion. In the end of the day, what we witness is a lot is being done, but so much more has to be done truly for us to be able to have any disruptive transformation in Armenia. If we continue doing things the way we were doing, we won't see much difference in the coming years. That means that every entity and any stakeholder working in this space has to rethink the way we do things. And obviously we have tackled a lot the need to consolidate the efforts, which is an important thing. And indeed, we don't have the luxury to spend much time thinking alone. So what the best would be is to try to understand collectively where we are going, and then just understanding the resources of each institutions where they could go. The private sector today spends enormous amount of money on closing the gap that the education has. And obviously that is not the most efficient way to do things if we want to have long-term impact. The good thing is that we see that there is definitely an intention and consensus on this among different stakeholders. So the important thing would be to understand how exactly we can do that, how exactly we can consolidate those efforts. And unfortunately, if we were in a very robust country, developed country, where there would be a very efficient educational system, businesses would never have to think about anything else but their business objectives. But here again, because we have all of these challenges, indeed, the industry, in a way, has the burden of having a role to play in this, and a smart role to play in this. And we just have to collectively identify how that can be done. Again, thank you very much to the audience and to the speakers, and I think there is much more to discuss in this space. Thank you.
And thank you, Susanna, for a fantastic session. And thank you to Rafi for a fascinating question. And now it's time for our next panel, which is a deeper look at what all of these trends and discussions mean for a country like Armenia, focused on emerging technologies that are transforming the world, but doing it from a country that is emerging itself. Please welcome our moderator for this session, Berj Ayvazyan, Senior Analyst at Wireless 2020.
Good morning. In case you were wondering, I'm Berge, and I'm not going to sit down, if that's all right with you guys. But you guys who are standing around should probably take a seat at some point so we can pay attention to this panel. How's that? So we have a challenging topic here. We've already framed Armenia in a very unique way. We describe Armenia as an ambitious, tech-oriented country. You could actually argue it's a very backward country with a few tech people, right? Many of which were imported or were trained elsewhere. So it's hard to really describe Armenia in this way, but we'd like it to be that. And in that context, how do we take advantage of this so-called distributed collaboration and make it from a challenge to something constructive, something positive, something that we can work with? So we've assembled a few spokespersons to join us on the stage and comment on things and answer some questions. But I'm going to try and change the tone of the discussion from big ideas and thoughts to actions, to things we are actually going to do and can start doing. So first, let me invite the panel to the stage. Are they here? Oh, they're all there. You're hiding on me. Welcome. And are any of them virtual? Oh, they're all here. What do you know? Cool. Nice to see you. So let's quickly set the stage. I think I've already provided some context. We're not doing presentations today. We're not making speeches. We're trying to solve problems. We're trying to address issues that are challenging for any audience or any venue like this. You know, I always start off by saying COVID is the mother of invention. Whenever you're facing that kind of pandemic crisis, that it doesn't just affect one country or one region, but it's across the whole world, and everyone is in this mess together. We all have to suffer through it, but more importantly, we all have to rapidly change our way of life, our way of work, our way we do things in order to accommodate, to adapt. And overnight, people closed their offices, people started working collaboratively, remotely, and in fact, people realized they could work from anywhere, and they could be anywhere. Unfortunately, they couldn't travel anywhere. So most of them had to wait and perhaps hide somewhere and until the point where they could actually go to someplace nice where they could work from. And a few of us have been able to do that. But we do have this notion of distributed collaboration. That is, we don't want to lose the benefit of collaboration, the ability to work together, even though we are very fragmented and very distributed and may not actually share the same offices, share the same venues. So let's start off, each of you, by introducing yourselves. Their names are on the board, so people already know who you are. We don't have to repeat that. But what we do have to do is explain how this topic is relevant to your experience and your company, and put this basic question to work. The first question is, how has your company embraced the challenge of distributed collaboration, and how has it been used to create new product opportunities and leverage new opportunities for profitable growth? So as you introduce yourself, don't give me a yes or no answer, but give me something that gives us a flavor of how you see this. Why don't you start?
Thank you, Barsh. My name is Rajiv Jayaraman. I head up the software team in the in FPGA business unit at Microchip. As you said, COVID has definitely caused a serious disruption in everybody's life in the whole world. And it's usually in times of distress when a lot of innovation comes on. But at the same time, one of the things that you have to do at times like this is really to focus on the fundamentals, not necessarily try to figure out what is new out there and what else can we do, but really focus on the fundamentals and how you can get out of this crisis first. Right? So, as you said, the distributed collaboration, the fact that you can't go to the office, suddenly you had companies like Zoom and WebEx, and all those became very important. Again, necessary. The world is flat, as we all know. One of the interesting things that I found our company was we didn't go out and launch in a lot of new initiatives. We basically said, if you look back at our history, anytime you have a crisis, you fix the fundamentals. When the crisis is over, and it always is, it will always finish, you come out stronger for better growth, not necessarily try and go out and do a lot of new things. Having said that, the whole distributed collaboration part of it kind of came in because, my experience, in 2 previous companies, I have worked with teams here in Armenia. And during the pandemic, we started another team here in Armenia, and we've been growing that team fairly heavily at this point. So I do think that while COVID has disrupted everybody's life, it has also made us realize that there are some key things in terms of distributed collaboration that can be done anywhere in the world. But also, one thing I will specifically say, especially in Armenia, is build a competitive advantage. And the previous panel really talked about how to build that competitive advantage. That is important, and it's a sustainable competitive advantage. You can hire people anywhere in the world, but it has to be a sustainable advantage. That's what I would say.
Cool. Very good. Arto, I'm going to go out of order. So you guys all have microphones. I wouldn't leave them in their resting place unless you don't want to use them. But keep it in mind, keep it nearby. Arto, I want you to go next, if you don't mind. In fact, you could argue CRISP's whole purpose is to handle distributed collaboration. And you've made a business around this. Perhaps you didn't even know it was going to happen. But you started doing something, and next thing you know, the opportunity arose. So tell us, first of all, how does CRISP see this challenge and turn it into an opportunity?
Thanks, Bert, for the question. So basically, 4 years ago, we got our technology, and then we sit together to think about how we should incorporate our technology into the product. And we had several options, probably 10 options, how we can make a product from our technology. And then we realized that remote work is something which is all about the future, like 4 years ago. There are already some companies like GitLab, Automatic, and the others who already have been working in remote mode in all around the globe. And we understood back then that remote work is going to be #1 choice for all the professional world. And we built our product, which basically an add-on for WebExes and Zooms of the world, and helps people to be more effective while doing online meetings, right? And then when pandemic hit, we basically had a product which was necessary for millions of people all around the world. And we saw like 15 times growth in number of downloads. Many Fortune 500 companies came to us to purchase licenses for their employees to make them more productive. And then we realized that this is new reality. people are going to work remote or at least hybrid because it's a more natural thing to do in sense of productivity, in sense of time saving, in sense of money savings, right? And it's happening. The professional world is transforming from in-office experiences into hybrid workplaces, and we see it happening in all our clients' companies. They are transforming all their workforce from in-house to distributed hybrid workforce. And I could say that we are fortunate enough to build a product which has the modern workforce who are now hybrid and doing meetings online to be more productive. So it's basically in the core of productive workplace. I would say we had the vision that world is becoming remote, but we thought it would be done like in the next 10 years. But pandemic accelerated things in 4 times. Yeah, that's our story.
Yeah, something that should have taken 10 years perhaps took 10 minutes. And
a year.
Okay, 10 minutes a year, what's the difference? My point being that you had to rapidly push the capabilities to meet the need and to the opportunity, and you did it, and you've continued to do it. And in fact, I'll come back and ask you about what you're going to do next, if you don't mind. I'd like to go next to Ara, though, and not just answer that first question. How many Aras do I have? Only one, right? I think Ara's here, right? Am I wrong? Oh, there you're Ara. Okay, good. Then I know who you are. But I'd like not only for you to tell us a little bit more about Web Fontaine and how you see the same question, but take it a step further. Take it into how the whole work process of your company has changed and how you've adapted to this environment and made a new way of business for yourselves. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, as you know, our business is with the governments, and there is a lot of different sets of meetings, etc., that are happening. So the immediate change was how we do our business development, how all those meetings are happening. And typically, as I said, kind of overnight, we were able to have meetings with different ministers and then the head of customs, etc., online. This changed the entire way of how we do business and how we do our basically presentations of the new products to the governments. And it had actually a quite significant impact, especially on the team in Armenia. It's not really straightforward to travel from Armenia to, let's say, different countries in Africa. And we used to have to spend a lot of time acquiring visas, finding the right time to travel, etc. And it was not as effective. Now our team is able to conduct technical demonstrations and then technical meetings with our clients online. So there is a big gap that has been breached thanks to this pandemic, and it was the technology was there. It was the mindset that, especially in the governmental sector, that, well, if you want a meeting, come here. But now that's not an issue. So we were able to achieve that thanks to pandemic. The other part was the entire trade is now moving towards remote and moving towards paperless. That was kind of a business opportunity for us to now encourage, again, the governments of different countries to, here is the means for you to go to real paperless, here is the means for you to start processing your transactions remotely and then paperless. And we are seeing quite big accelerations in different governments on adopting different techniques for them to basically be able to process different transactions remotely and then paperless.
So in fact, you're exercising digital transformation, full stack.
Yep.
right? And, you know, I understand Zoom is now introduced visas as a way of your going to these meetings now. Is that necessary to get a Zoom visa?
Well, for our case, no,
Okay.
not really, but no, we had initially some problems because, let's say, the governmental side, all the telecommunication issues, they were not so ready, but they were willing to accept us to help them set up those things so they can move forward.
Exactly. And now it's like drinking water, breathing air. You do it very naturally. You have to, it's a way of life. You have to do it. Setrak, let's move to Siemens EDA, which, by the way, I still think is Mentor Graphics. But obviously, it's in the context of Siemens. And your case is that you're part of a big company. So it's not just Armenia or your small part of the business that changes, and it's not even your piece of the ecosystem that changes, it's the whole ecosystem that's changing. So in fact, you have to deal with this whole supply chain crisis that's going on top of everything else, the chip industries, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but all of these things. So these all come crashing down, and is there an opportunity that you found in all this mess?
Thank you. Indeed, I represent Siemens EDA, which is former Mentor Graphics, but that name is gone.
I know.
And what we do, we provide software for electronic design automation. It may sound very strange, but this chip shortage is in a way good for us because, well, we serve semiconductor industry. And when the factories have full orders, they work at full capacities, it means that they need more software, and we need to provide more software. And they will purchase more software. But we are helping, we see lots of opportunities. One of the ways to help this is to improve semiconductor yield, to look at the ways to improve yield ramp up, right? And there we see some new opportunities, including with the usage of machine learning. So we can look and help to optimize some specific process steps that will lead to better yield or accelerate yield ramp up. As for what kind of change it was, for us it was very smooth because, as you mentioned, we have highly distributed teams. We have teams in R&D teams in Asia, in Africa, in South Asia, in Europe. And all those teams are part of the same software factory. So they write the code, and then at some point we have those builds, so all this code comes together. So we collaborate constantly. So what has changed is that, hey, my badge was deactivated. I can't get to the office. So that was very painful. But the transition was very smooth, and in fact, I have to say, I have to admit, I'm not a big, fan of Microsoft, but we have to use 6, 7 different tools for collaboration, and we all switched to just one tool, which is Microsoft Teams, and it was working great for us. So, no problem. And one comment I would like to make is that we not only collaborate, but we compete. And that's very important for Armenia. And I would reverse your question. You said how Armenia can leverage. I would say how other countries can leverage from working with Armenia. And that's a fundamental question. We need to find very good answers because there are some issues.
Great. So let's move to Albert and tell us a little bit about how Scylla sees all these challenges and opportunities, and especially this whole notion of this distributed collaboration.
Yeah, that's a good question. So for Scala, it was make it or break it, because I'm coming from field consulting and sales, like very hands-on. Many people have enterprise background, maybe besides Arto. So, and I'm used to, when we founded Scala in 2018, it was kind of spin-off from my own AI and security consulting company that was operating in Armenia, Germany, and Mexico. And we used to earn money and invest it. So it was not a venture-driven business. The mindset was not there. It was all in field, go meet people, sell directly, install cameras, do consulting, build relationship, drink with them, right? Whatever, right? Comes in the field sales. And I'm super proud of it because you meet people, you still keep that relationship. But in 2020, we still were not venture funded, so the company was financed by myself and my partners. And our first product was gun detection, and we were using our network, the OTC from security days, connections in schools, superintendents, to push the product forward, because we had a superior product, but suddenly everything went on a lockdown in the US. So my biggest target audience, which was school, which was my mistake, because schools don't buy the solution. They just closed down. So I have no venture funding, my money is ending, my consulting business is ending because governments don't want to do business. The enterprises in Germany started cutting off employees in Yerevan, in Serbia, everywhere else. And what should I do? So that completely changed my mindset, and we started seeking venture funding, but at the same time we started investing everything we had, like every single dollar, into new products to start targeting other industries and save them costs and liability, not just lives, right? It's a good mission, but unfortunately nobody is ready to pay money for that, specifically during COVID when everybody tries to save their jobs. And that was kind of the fact that we started growing very fast. We grew almost 500% within the last 2 years and became one of the top 10 security startups globally. So, and growing the headcount from 10 people to 70 people just in Scala and operating in 3 countries. So COVID was good for us because we understood the problem, we understood the need, but it was also like a kind of 1 month of stress, depression, a lot of white hair and sleepless nights. What should I do? Because schools are closed.
So you turned desperation into opportunity.
Yeah, it was a hard pivot, but a good one.
It definitely was a hard pivot. And what's amazing about it is you were digging a hole, you were going downhill very fast, and all of a sudden you figured out a way to turn the corner, and next thing you know, you're growing rapidly. So how do you face that? How do you organizationally deal with that pivot that you just described?
What helped me is the good team, because most of the founders of the company I hired personally, or I used to be working with them previously. So it was this family environment. I'm a very relationship-driven person, so I still believe in relationships everywhere. And people were behind me, people were helping me, people were supporting me, even not getting salary for a couple of months, right? But investing money into Pivot, which that helped us a lot, and those people are still very loyal, they're all shareholders, and the company is growing now, they're enjoying the benefits with me. But, and again, doesn't matter where you operate, invest in people, trust them, and build partnerships with them. That's my motto.
Great, great. So Rajiv, let's come back around to talk to you a bit. Because you're microchip technology, you must know the most about this chip shortage and what's going on, and is it real, or is it a real attempt to create a crisis so we can start reinventing the way we use and make chips? I mean, are we really facing this crisis?
Yes, in short, absolutely. And part of it is that when COVID hit, the world just came crashing down, and demand just completely dried up. And because of that, what happened was, and probably this is everywhere along the supply chain, from the fab starts to sales, everything went into a complete stop. And usually it was a real shock to the system. And just to get that whole thing going up, took a long period of time.
So there was, all the momentum disappeared.
Correct.
You had to start over again.
But what happened was, within 3 or 4 months, you realized that the amount of technology and electronics that was being sold didn't slow down. People were buying more TVs because they were sitting at home. People were buying more laptops. People were buying more, phones and headphones and so on and so forth. So there was still a lot of demand in electronics, but somehow there was a disconnect between where the demand was and where the supply was. Now the problem is kind of reverse, where because of the supply shortage, people are double booking and triple booking. You want 5 phones, you order 55 phones. And suddenly you got this whole backlog. So one of the things that we decided to do was, we said, if you really want 5 phones, if you really want 5 chips, we have a program called Preferred Supplier. We say it's a non-cancelable order, but we'll get it to you, right? So we have a clear demand, as opposed to a made-up demand from a lot of different people. So that's one of the ways we're trying to address the chip shortage, not create an artificial chip shortage.
Yeah, but in fact, it's not just the manufacturing of the chips, but the rest of the supply chain also fell apart.
Correct.
And most of the inventory is floating around on ships or waiting to get unloaded on a truck somewhere. So it's hard to really pinpoint how to fix this problem.
Yes, and I think a lot of people are really scratching their heads to get a simple explanation of why this happened. And I think the easiest way that I can explain it is you had a freight train come to a dead stop, and now you want it to go back at 100 miles an hour. So things are not working out so well.
But it's interesting times, right? Cool, cool. So again, Arto, you guys have really built your business around this crisis. And for you, the challenge is, what do I do next? So, okay, I eliminated the noise. You can't hear the kids fighting anymore in the background. But what else is CRISP going to do to create opportunity out of this crisis? And on top of which, you're yourselves part of this distributed collaboration workforce. So you leverage the fact that your teams are highly distributed. What's your next play?
So during the pandemic, we also changed all our vision about our product. We understood that people are going to have online meetings at least a few times in a week. So basically, online meetings are a new norm of conducting team meetings. And now we have a vision of building a product which helps people to be effective communicators during the meetings by bringing different AI technologies and just boosting their speaking capabilities. Let's say if you imagine a speaker during a meeting, some people just lost the excitement during the meeting while speaking, or the other people lost the entire listening capability. They just don't want to continue doing the meeting after meeting. And CRISP is in a place which can help those people to understand the emotions of others, giving hints about how the other people perceiving your speech, how excited is your speech for the other people. And also, it could help to transcribe the meetings, get the whole meeting points just in real time, and then share with other meeting participants and the others. So it's basically a tool which helps people to become effective during the online meetings. And it's much bigger vision that we had like a couple of years ago, which was basically, as you said, a noise cancelling app. And this new vision also enabled our future growth, because we told this vision to our customers and we really loved it. And now we are building this much bigger product, and we are investing more into AI, building up new technologies, enhancing the product with new capabilities and so on. And it also helped us to answer the largest existential question that we had back then. What if Zoom or Teams build the same technology at some day? But now it's becoming much a bigger tool for the teams and the speakers in online meetings. Means that we can go and become like a must-have productivity tool for all the professionals, which is obviously much bigger vision which we had back then, right? And in some sense, it could be even bigger than Teams and Zoomers, because they already have market divided between them and 100 other productivity communication apps. But but CRISP is a horizontal app, and it serves like every other communication app, which basically means we are not going to replace them, right? We are just going to supplement and bring new AI technologies to them and help people to be more effective. I think it's a good opportunity for us to become a much bigger product, much bigger brand, and serve to hundreds of million people to be more effective during the meetings.
Now, of course, he's not telling us really what he's doing next. He's just giving us an idea of the things he might think about doing, but he'll tell us at some point. I'm going to force you to tell us what you're going to do next. But in the moment, I'm going to let Ara go next. And your whole business is built around solving the supply chain problems and helping streamline processes for these governments that are your clients. And in fact, this has put them in an even bigger crisis. Particularly in remote areas, in those geographic areas which are further challenged by transportation on top of everything else. So what is it that you've done to take the level of capability that you're building, because you're the R&D guy, right? You invent stuff. So how have you taken that R&D function and made the capabilities even greater so that you can help these customers meet these challenges?
Thank you. We actually started injecting quite some AI capabilities into our products. You know, because it's not just you say, okay, you do paperless, because then you are basically working with scanned documents and then scanned images, etc. And then you need to have something on top of that to encourage the government officials that yes, you can rely on those things. So there were a lot of AI capabilities injected into our products where, let's say, you can verify the authenticity of scanned images, you can perform a lot of risk assessment, basically what they used to do in as far as a documentary verification using artificial intelligence. And then gradually there is a trust built around machines to consult the, let's say, risk officials for in the customs or in the border control to rely on what comes from the basically application as a recommendation, whether there is a risk in certain transactions or not. So, and again, this situation really helped us push those mindsets for the governments to start accepting that condition. The other part is there are a lot of infrastructural problems in certain areas, which then we had to start building the capacity for those building sites with generators, etc., to work on so they can actually use the online capacity over there. So there is still quite some work to be done. But the R&D part was mostly on utilizing AI and utilizing the data produced over there.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even have to bring up the word AI, and immediately it becomes the cutting edge of your R&D. But in fact, Armenia has been trying to use AI, and we're going to have a whole summit on this topic next Tuesday, in a few days, of how Armenia is using AI and its capabilities in AI to both create competitive advantages, but more importantly, to force a way of Armenian talent and Armenian expertise into the whole tech ecosystem throughout, because AI is applicable in many industries in many manners. And I know Siemens EDA, not only AI, but more importantly, all the scientific efforts that have been, you know, we had a discussion about the crisis about science and education, but in fact, you have resurrected a lot of that capability. And how do you utilize that in the next steps that you're taking to create breakthroughs?
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, what we do requires significant investment in research. What we've been doing, actually worldwide, but specifically in Armenia too, we were engaged in research collaborations with universities. Currently, we're engaged with research collaboration with American University of Armenia, Russian Armenian University, and also IIAP, I think, Institute of Informatics and Automation Problems. So we have those collaborations for years with AVA, maybe for 8 years. And the way it works, first we look at problems that we need to solve, which require some, expertise that we don't have. And the second, we look at the research institutions that can supply, those scientists. So every year is different. Every year is different, but it's been working great. It's been working great, and it's not only AI. We had very complex Fourier analysis-based signal processing applications. We had some algorithms in computational geometry, and we can do more. We can do more. AI, obviously, but one thing I would like to emphasize about AI, I really would like to see in Armenia more mathematicians and computer scientists that are making breakthrough in AI. I don't want to see only users of AI. We had a salesman at Mentor Graphics who was using AI to process Excel files and then get some interesting observations. So when we started, we contacted, there were very few, we contacted some, and we invited them, and they provided basic coaching, and then gradually we built some basic knowledge of this. But I really would like to see more research in those areas.
Yeah, we all agree. And in fact, we have to be the leaders in that research. And we have to use the AI not just as a tool, as you described, but as a whole new way of approaching the problems that we're trying to solve using artificial intelligence. So that's why all these people here and many, many more are going to come to the AI Summit on Tuesday at Motor Yerevan. Just a short commercial. But I'm going to let people line up to ask questions. I came down here specifically so Rafi can't ask any more questions. Other people have to ask these questions. Maybe. We'll see if we have time. But I think, though, Skyla is the youngest of the companies on the stage. And that's saying a lot because, Chris, how old is Chris? 4 years? Yeah. So I think you're the youngest, right?
Yeah, we became 3 years, October 18. It's like 10 days ago.
So you don't have time to build a university for your own unique training requirements. You don't have time to train your own people, but you do have time to take the key people you need and make them do the things you need done, right? So in this world where you're very ambitious, you obviously have great opportunities in front of you. How do you race forward? What do you do? What's your secret sauce to move turbocharged?
That's a good question. Here, we have a bit of conflict of interest with the large companies, like not Microchip, because we want to use their technology in our edge devices, but with specifically companies like Siemens, BMW, Daimler, Bosch, and other corporates which have a presence in Armenia, because we see that the big companies that keep units in Armenia, obviously of different size, they're more interested in advancing the people that do research, but obviously they'll own some kind of the IP. That also changes the mentality of the young engineers who want to go to research only, rather than seeing their code in the production, seeing it deployed somewhere or working, right? So Scala has a different approach. We offer people promise and a big mission that whatever you do, whatever you research or whatever you implement, it's actually going to save lives or save costs to the companies, right? It's going to be installed in bigger entities, in sports, critical infrastructure, prevent from terror attacks. Man, you can fly through the airports and see Scala installed. So it gives them a lot of patience that their system is working. What we see different in Armenia, and fortunately or unfortunately, obviously two types of interests, right? Companies like Siemens, which are not Armenian companies, but they have an Armenian presence. They want to exploit Armenian IP, which is good, so they want to sponsor universities, but at the end they're going to change a bit of the mind shift, because many people would like to go and continue working for big corporates as researchers. Whereas I believe that Armenia has a future like Israel, which is a startup culture, right? So you have more unicorns for that size of the country than anywhere in the world, and everything is actually deployed. They have the best cybersecurity solutions globally, and nowadays they are one of our biggest competitors, right, with Scala, being an American company. So I believe startups like CRISP or Scala they can't offer anything like Siemens or other companies offer, besides mission and an excitement that their system is working and it's doing a real job. It's saving lives, it's saving productivity for people, right? Or essentially makes our world a better place.
Well, hopefully you've invented drone detection systems that immediately protect from attack, right?
Yeah, definitely. So we basically have pushed forward the systems that are running inside Scala to work both on edge devices, and this is how we fight with the chip shortage and the supply of NVIDIA GPU cards or others. Plus, we also offer, again, by implementing those technologies like detecting drones or protecting airports from drone attacks or even the simple COVID-19 liability, right? Which DigiTec is now using us on the first floor to scan people. We save costs and we give people, look, you have two ways, right? You can become the best PhD researcher in the world, or you can do both. You can see your code into production, which will eventually benefit you and yourself, your mission. And I believe for the younger generations, that's more important, specifically for millennials and Zoom generation. They want to impact, and yes, maybe somebody sitting in Germany wants to change the climate, but people sitting in Armenia want to make this world a safer place, because I grew up in a war-torn Armenia. I want the whole world to be safe, right? So this is also super important for younger generations in Armenia, to make Armenia safe, but overall the global economies and the global environment safer.
Very good. So I came down here specifically so you could ask questions easily. The microphone is here. Okay, we at least have one. But the rest of you who are chicken, I want you to think of a question right now, because I'm going to put the microphone in front of you.
Thank you, Purge, and thank you to all the panelists. I'm not sure if there are any representatives of the Armenian government here in this hall, but I want to ask a question to the panelists. What is this one thing that you would prefer or you would like to see the government of Armenia to do to help your businesses and to help the IT sector develop much faster than what we're experiencing, although we're experiencing good growth? Thank you.
So keep in mind, there are 5 of you up there. If you each have one long thing, we'll never hear the third thing. So either keep it short or don't answer. Go ahead.
The one thing I think the government of Armenia could do is to really market what Armenia offers. You take an example of Ireland. They made a big splash, big marketing push. Everybody in the world knew that if you wanted to go into EU, you wanted to go into Ireland. Similar kind of a push to say Armenia is a place where you can hire good talent. There's a good ecosystem for education and good tech, good STEM. That's one thing that will make a big difference.
But you know, of course, Armenia is 5,000 companies chasing 50 engineers. So this talent that you're talking about is not enough. We have to create more talent, and we can't start moving from one company to the other. So what is the Armenian government going to do to make more supply of talent?
Well, they have to fix the education.
Tell me about it.
And they need to do it not in 10 years, not even in 5 years, but sooner. Because now we are losing opportunities. Seriously, we're losing. I mentioned that we're competing with other teams. We cannot hire here people. Okay, this will go to another location. And tomorrow we will lose way more. So they need to fix it. How to fix it? Well, I can suggest. I don't think that, I'm very sorry if somebody will take it with as personal or whatever, but I don't think that we have sufficient critical mass in government and educational system to fix this problem. So, but we do, luckily, we have diaspora, and in diaspora we have great people in educational system. Bring them on, bring them in, and involve them. Look at the French educational system. You get admitted to any government, educational institution, and then in a year, very few remain. In Armenia, it's amazing that the most profitable students are the ones that pay money and then they don't study. So, and they contribute the most to so-called wealth of the university. This is completely wrong. And I would advise representatives of universities to come and to sit with us when we interview their graduates.
So, in fact, we always turn to the government to solve these problems, as though somehow they have both the knowledge of how to do it and the means to actually accomplish it. I personally think if the government doesn't get in the way, it's much better. What do you think, Rajiv?
I was going to say that. I think yesterday at the expo, I saw a lot of kids in our math. It's fascinating. It's fascinating what they've done. And if that program, similar programs like that, and not necessarily government, I mean, you can have foundations, even the previous panelists have multiple foundations that are helping on that front. Something like that, that is what is going to make the sustainable advantage. You don't have to look to the government for that. I think that's what is going to make the sustainable advantage.
Well, because in the National Assembly, they're debating having an education tax. So all of these companies will contribute to this new transformation of education. Would you pay that tax? By the way, I made that up. But the minute I said it, they're going to take that idea and figure out how to make you pay them, huh? What do you think? Would you pay? No, you don't, because you build your own universities inside your business or inside your ecosystem. You work around the education system if necessary. So let's end by somebody giving me a key learning of what you've discovered in this new age, not just COVID pandemic driven, but this era in which we pivot 180 degrees and turn on a dime. We immediately recognize if we're doing something wrong, we can't continue. We have no time to do the wrong thing. How do you take that key learning and figure out what you're going to do next? And by the way, this is an opportunity for Arto to finally tell us what is he going to do next. Take your microphone.
It's a harder question, Bert. Oh. Okay, so I think it's a real big opportunity for Armenia to become a technological country and to provide solutions like Scala, Pixar, Crisp, and the others, and do it at scale. And I personally believe that in the next 5 years, we will have at least like 5 unicorns in Armenia and many like tens of $100 million+ valuation companies. And it's gonna change everything. The money that government has, obviously, right? And also the prioritization of education and science among everything else is gonna be next thing in Armenia. And I truly believe in all those things happening in Armenia.
I have one question to this side of the panel. When we talked about distributed collaboration, we talked about mostly collaboration within the company, or Ara, you mentioned collaboration with your customers because you don't have to get on, go through visas and things like that. I'm really interested on the sales side, right? Because one of the disadvantage companies that were based in Armenia had was you don't have sales offices in all over the world. It's a huge investment for startups to do that. Albert, you told me yesterday that to sell to the system in Iowa, you needed to hire a guy in Iowa. Has COVID changed that, especially in Arto for you guys on your enterprise sales, right? Where you have to, where there's a lot more, it's not just a download or something like that. It's something that you have to interact with the customer. Has the fact that as a result of COVID, people are more used to using Crisp and Zoom and Microsoft Teams to interact, helped you expand and scale up your sales, or instead of having to build more offices or hire or sign more distribution contracts?
Yeah, I can jump in because we do a lot of enterprise sales. So in essence, yeah, COVID made the world more global, so it opened up to global companies, right? Even to the companies that have presence in Armenia. It increased a bit trust towards foreign companies, right? Though Scala is an American company, but obviously not a secret that we have a huge presence in Armenia compared to our size, obviously, right? And trust-wise, yes, they started to do more business with global companies rather they used to be doing with the companies in their own state. Whether you still need to have salespeople, account executives, customer success in their own state, in their own country, yes, you should. Because enterprises make decisions slow. They make, the decision makers in the enterprises have to consider all the risks. What we can do to improve that, it's compliance. So people are asking, what should the Armenian government do to help us? Nothing. We should do ourselves. The only thing Armenian government can do is be compliant to international legislations, right? GDPR compliance, SISEC, etc. Because honestly, nothing stops me become the leader in my field if I'm compliant and people trust me. That's it, right? So that's the only thing I want Armenia to do for me. Improve the legislation, be GDPR compliant, make sure that the data that the customers have is not going anywhere so they can trust global companies. That's it.
So in fact, you answered the previous question. The question that Rafi was posing was about the sales and marketing. And I'm guessing that perhaps you pushed the problem into the field. The challenge of sales and marketing is not inside your organization, it's outside your organization. So in fact, most of your sales don't take place centrally, they take place out in the real world, right? Obviously, in your case as well. But even more, in the part of the world you're trying to serve, you have to have people there who are in those markets, right?
Yes, in practically you still need to have your representatives down the road, but there is a difference in the level of technical expertise. You can have, nowadays you can have someone who has some relations, can facilitate, and then the core message is then sent through some online meeting. So now you have the possibility to conduct these developments, but you cannot totally eliminate the presence of the representative in the field.
My understanding too is you've given all your salespeople Teslas, and you tell them every month you earn commission is your monthly payment on your Tesla. Is that right? Kind of. Okay. Enough jokes. Let's wrap up this session. I think we have had an opportunity to take a peek inside how companies have turned this crisis, this pandemic, into the opportunity that they can create success around for their business, to transform not just how they work internally, how they collaborate with their customers, how they change the way they go to market, the way they function in their ecosystem, because you have to collaborate with other companies as well. So I want to thank the panel, and your insights don't stop here. We still need your thinking. We do need to influence the government. So we're going to continue to probe you and ask you more questions, so be ready, and always have a microphone in your hand. Thank you. Thank you. And while these guys are getting off the stage, I will have time for 2 more commercials. Ready? Okay, so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we have summits going on in Motor Yerevan. And you're all not only invited, but I'm going to insist that you come. So the first day, we're going to take on this topic of science and innovation, and we're going to wrap it around the next challenge that we all face, which is how do we sustain our environment and our way of life? Sustainability. So we brought together FAST, GITUSH, and UNDP to have one summit together. On Tuesday, we are looking at artificial intelligence and how we can make that the competitive weapon for Armenia. And then finally, all the venture capitalists wanted us to have a startup day, so on Wednesday, it's the Venture Summit, and you're all invited because the VCs want to meet you and talk to you. So you have to be there. Don't be shy, always have a microphone in your hand. Okay, and it'll be much warmer. Thank you very much, guys. What are we doing now?
I'm coming back to thank you, Berj. That was an awesome session and great set of commercials. I'm really excited for the Sustainability Summit. So I have the pleasure now of introducing our next panel.
Please unmute the microphones.
Science which serves the nation. I'll say it again. Science which serves the nation. Please welcome Aram Parchanyan, Chairman of the Board of the AIP Foundation, to lead this session. And he will have the pleasure of inviting his panelists up onto the stage. There you are. How you doing? So glad to see you.
Glad to see you too.
Your microphone, sir.
Good day. I hope the previous discussion actually set the right background for the next one, which is going to be about the core to the business, which is science. So I would like to invite to this stage Artur Ishkanyan, the Academician Secretary of the National Academy of Science of Armenia, Karen Keryan, Chairman of Supreme Certifying Committee, Yelena Bisharyan, Director of Business Development at Harvard University, Office of Technology Development, and we're going to have Armen Khelopian, hopefully. Yeah, please come, Armen, who is founding partner of BAG Accelerator. We will also have connected to us online Garik Israelian, the creative director of Starmus Festival, and Sarkis Hayotyan, who had to stay home at the last minute because of this already usual situation with COVID. But hopefully he'll be able to fully participate in this event. Sarkis Hayotyan is the chairman of the Science Committee of Armenia. We will wait for a little bit for our two guests to join in before we start. And as they try to connect, and it'll take a couple of minutes, I'll move forward and kind of start with my own opening remarks. All of the people, actually, at this panel are scientists. They all carry the doctor prefix. I will omit that for the sake of simplicity, but they are all scientists. Some of them chose to stop practicing actual everyday scientific work for the sake of more important roles they've taken for themselves. And all of these roles, in different contexts, either Armenian, I mean the state of Armenia, or international context, they all focus on making the science impactful, converting the scientific effort into the real impact on the world. And today's question that we're going to discuss on this panel is whether and how science is going to save our, the right word actually, serve our nation and ultimately save our nation. And I would like this discussion to be open and sincere because we should be realistic. We all already know well that we might fail. It's not necessarily obvious that our effort will succeed. We might fail in becoming a scientific nation. We might fail in developing our science community, our science infrastructure, our science ecosystem into something globally viable. So we should be sincere in answering questions and planning our efforts so that this failure is not going to happen. And we can't just do our business as usual and hope that everything will settle somehow and everything will happen somehow. So this is going to be the key idea behind our discussion today. So I would like to ask, while I know some of you represent state agencies and naturally are limited in kind of expressing your views because you are kind of constrained by the nature of your service, but still, to the extent you are able, please be open with us. For those who are representing more commercial organizations, I think that they'll not have any limitation of that kind. So Excuse me? It's ready. Fine, great. So we'll move forward. So my first question will be to all of the panelists, and I will ask you to answer one by one. It's, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the Armenian science ecosystem right now, in your opinion? Taking into account the historical perspective, the current state, and the possible futures. So please consider everything in dynamics, where we are coming from, where we are here at the moment, and where we're going to be going into the future. I will first start probably with Academy of Science, if you don't mind. Please, Mr. Ishkhanyan, the stage is yours, and the microphone is next to you.
Actually, this is a very difficult point for me to present where we come from and where we are going. The point is that I am involved in struggle for science, for development of science in Armenia for at least 3 decades, something like that, or 2.5 decades. And we started our independence with the best possible initial conditions that could be among the countries of former Soviet Union. Actually, we had 32,000 of scientists, well-developed science organizations covering almost all the fields of science. I mean both basic science and applied science. During these years of independence, we have lost almost most of our organizations and people, etc. The number of we suffer a lot of problems currently. I mean, we suffer. This is the result of evolution during these 30 years. First of all, we have a small scientific society. I mean, the number of scientists is decreased to 4,000, which means that 1,500 approximately per million of population, which is, of course, below the average level in the world at least 2-3 times. This is one point. The second point is the structure of the science community. It is, there are many problems with the scientists in the field of humanities and social sciences. Also, the age of scientists, the average age is now above 65 years, something like that. Indeed, if we mention the most important problem, that is the financial problem, because during all these 30 years, the science funding was on the level of 0.25% of GDP, which is less than the normal needed one. The sufficient, not sufficient, but at least necessary, is to have science funding on the level of 1% of GDP, things like that. So, actually, during the last year, this year, I mean, we have good evolutions, good changes, mostly due to the activity of GITUSH initiative, because they succeeded in increasing the science funding approximately twice, up to the 0.45, something like that, DGP. And now we have some perturbations, actually, perturbations, a turbulent state in science system, because we have to acquire this amount of money, and we face many problems with distribution of the money concerning the most important directions, and things like that.
Which actually means we also have infrastructure problems. We can get funding, but we can't, or we are not actually able to properly distribute the funding. Is that right? So is what you said means that we have infrastructure problem in science, that even if we get funding, we don't have proper structures to distribute it efficiently.
And that is the case, really, you are right. And what is, say, promising or appealing at the moment is that the Science Committee, also the Academy of Sciences, tries to improve the situation. We undertake several actions.
I'll
come to that afterwards.
Yeah, I will provide you an opportunity to talk about what actions you are taking, actually. If you can move forward, and then we'll go through the people, panelists in this room, and then transfer to the people on the Zoom.
Excuse me, just a word. I'm sorry for telling so bad things about the past period. Actually, we are now in a good period, and the future is much better.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll talk about future as well. Okay. We'll have time.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Aram, and absolutely delighted to have this exciting topic. I'll respond to the question in the context of a vision, specifically our advantages and challenges. Indeed, for science to serve the nation, we should quantify. So Armenia's current GDP is approximately 12 billion. The strength, the size of the economy from which prosperity and security flows. We can round this to 10 billion. Today, on Armenia's eastern border, unfortunately, there is a hostile nation with a GDP economic size of 50 billion. So I'll reframe the question as such. How does science enable the accretive value of Armenia's economy to reach 30 billion, while the neighbors grow 60? So there's an important ratio here. The status quo is 5-to-1, which is not sustainable. 2-to-1 is defensible. So in here, we have an opportunity to assess our strengths and our challenges. Our strengths around our IT sector include an important partition. 90% being essentially labor arbitrage. At our size, we cannot proceed in that way. We must increasingly focus on advanced technology companies. Earlier today, for example, we heard the inspiring leader Albert Stepanyan talk about Skyla. Indeed, our economic base will include startup unicorns that go from 0 to 1 billion in value fast. 0 to 500 staff fast, and this becomes a situation where our small size as a country is an advantage. A few companies moving in this way can move the economy. One additional point I'll highlight, with the BAJ Accelerator, we have strong coordination across industry, government, and academia. So in terms of this item on industry and government, the B stands for the Baltic states. We take inspiration, for example, that Estonia, despite having a population of 2.5 million, including its diaspora, has 7 companies worth $1 billion. Its government has understood and is enacting policy in this way. The J stands for the Jacobs Technion Cornell Institute. Necessarily this idea of strong academic ties. As Albert also highlighted, Israel, despite being war-torn, is able to evoke this strategy of raising startup unicorns. And then the A, of course, stands for Armenian. So delighted to also be with the American University. I see dear partners in the audience, Diana Arzumanyan. We have in New York, Emma Arakelian of Orion Worldwide Innovations. So with this academic point, we'd be delighted to hand off to our academic colleague here.
Thank you. Elena, please go ahead. Before Elena goes, actually, probably some of you don't know her well. So Elena, before you start, would you mind introducing yourself? Because you've made an amazing career in US, coming from a purely academic background, turning into a business developer in technology of one of the probably the most known universities in the world. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm Yelena Bisharian, Director of Business Development at Harvard University, Office of Technology Development. As a part of this role, I'm responsible for overseeing the strategy of Harvard Discoveries going from lab to market, where I source technologies throughout the university that have high commercialization potentials, make strategies for value creation, and design, with the help of Harvard researchers, the next steps of value creation, and bringing those technologies to the market in a form of either new companies or licensing opportunities for public benefit. So as a part of that role, I do very active marketing, business development, strategy, and I really have the pleasure of working with breakthrough discoveries and technologies that, and really see them firsthand, and that makes it really exciting to be in that innovative atmosphere and culture. Prior to joining Harvard, I worked as a Vice President of Business Development at Tetragenetics, a company that was created from Cornell University, from the lab that I worked in through my thesis research, and that experience was very exciting, and seeing technologies going from strong scientific institutions to the market, helping the economy and benefiting the public is what I have done throughout my career. And I have a PhD from Cornell University.
Well, thank you. Here I want to outline an important thing. If we want science to achieve higher heights, we should rely on people from science doing that. It's the fact that all of the panelists here are from science, the fact that actually, like Elon Musk is coming from the scientific background, all of the great people at the moment feel connected to the science, and through that, they actually go towards their mission of changing the world. So that's going to be an open call to all of the Armenian scientists to also consider going beyond just laboratory and think wide and larger, and take you as an example, as a role model for their further plans and career plans. So going back to my question, what are the challenges and opportunities you see in Armenian scientific ecosystem right now, and your comments on that?
And I'll kind of take a step back and look at this from a strategic point of view. As a country, are we trying to build a science-based economy? And I think throughout the discussions over the past years, and also seeing today's discussions, including this, the answer is, I think collectively we can agree that yes, right? You know, being a country with very little natural resources, what are we doing? How do we look at this? What is the resource that we have? And to me, that's obvious. It's growing the talent. The talent should be Armenia's resource. And we can look at this two ways, right? One, that we look at this long term and we invest in education and science and raise talent to position Armenia as the country where everyone goes for the talent. And the second is actually short term. We look at what resources do we have currently. You know, the previous discussions were very helpful in terms of understanding the gap currently that we're facing in Armenia, which is having talented educators, talent in that sphere to really help us get to the point where we're ready to invest in education and raise that talent. And I think for that, we should really turn to diaspora and look at diaspora as a source of talent and think of high throughput, innovative ways of engaging them. And I think that should be our short-term, immediate step
taking us to that.
Can I challenge you to provide us with a couple of bullet point action points. What can exactly be done from your point of view as a diasporan Armenian? What you would suggest our government do for instance, for you or likes to find their home back in Armenia, or to consider that at least?
To me, it really, I think Armenians and Armenian nation is in unique position, and as a country, Armenia is in unique position of having so much talent in diaspora. And coming up with an innovative way of engaging as many diasporans as possible in our affairs is the key. The previous panel was actually discussing how COVID forced us to think remote, right? Obviously, not everyone is going to be able to relocate to Armenia and contribute. But what happened during COVID is that we understood that people don't have to necessarily be present here to be helpful and to have their impact on the country. So I think we should take advantage of the recent changes and really think of innovative ways we could engage diaspora in that regard.
Thank you. Then I would like to pass the microphone to Karen Keryan and suggest that he just continues the discussion. Some of the points have been already said, so you can move forward and add on top of that, please.
Okay, so thank you. I'll just show some dynamics of the PhD thesis defenses. So I would like to emphasize that so from 90s, the number of defended PhDs were increasing, and at some moment it became crazy, a very crazy number, so around 600. But starting from 2015, that number drastically dropped to 150 PhDs defended each year, and it is actually not enough for us to reproduce the science. So that is.
But what is the reason from your point of view? Why is that happening?
There are several reasons, I think. So of course, one is the military obligations. So if previously we have milder conditions for being accepted at master or at PhD program, now you need to provide some articles, some conference theses. Though, so in a few years, the students understood how can just do that, hack that conditions. But here it is very important to make the PhD programs so that those are really interesting. So of course it is very important to give such salaries so that the people don't need to work for 40 hours at industry, then try to write a PhD along with that. And fortunately, now the government is increasing the budget of science, and the science committee has allocated grants for specifically the PhD students which satisfy some conditions. So we should move in the direction of having more international scientists involved in the supervision of our PhD students, so that the younger generation is working on the novel problems and not the problems which were considered during Soviet times and were just passed to us by our supervisors. So our elder generation did a great thing. So they just let's say gave their lives for the science, but now I don't say that the younger generation will do the same. The younger generation wants some more, so not only the interesting work, but better conditions. So now they see that the world become very open, and we need to have a paradigm shift in the way we do research and PhDs, and even the process of defending a PhD should become more correlated with the situation, post-COVID situation. I mean, we should have more people defending PhD online. Of course, here we also need to adopt all the laws corresponding to that.
Thank you. What I've figured is that what you suggested is aligned with what Yelena said. You also talked about involving people from diaspora. Do you want to add something to that? I want our discussion to be as dynamic as possible, so if you want to jump in, please do.
Right. So to me, investing in your future talent or putting talent in the center has two meanings, right? One to engage diaspora, so you have to invest in that and be that fund through grant funding or through some kind of innovative mechanisms to engage them, through that way. So
okay,
to me,
funding again, money again, important. Fine.
Funding is important.
And here it is important to work targeted. I mean, we need to create an environment of scientists which can talk together. If we just have several, let's say, younger scientists who work with very different people in very different subjects or subfields, then it will be harder for them to collaborate. But if we target just a very specific part of machine learning, let's say, not instead of having, let's say, a specialist in reinforcement learning, another specialist in another domain, just focus on one subdomain and try to build an ecosystem, a lab, and further R&D out of it.
I will reserve the question of how to Sarkis, but before that, I hope we have Garik Israelian joining us on Zoom. And if we do, I have a question for him, because we all know, we're very excited that next year, in 2022, the Starmus Festival will be held in Yerevan. And that's an exciting news. So that's gonna be another important step in popularizing science, not only in Armenia, but Armenia in science as well. So Armenia will probably get a bit more popular in science as a place where Starmus Festival was held. So what are the existing problems of making science exciting and making science something that the younger generation will consider as an opportunity? And how do you see that happening right now in Armenia? Please, Garik.
Thank you very much for your invitation. You mentioned Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. And I suggest that you read a book by Christian Davenport called The Space Barons about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and the quest to colonize the cosmos. And if you read the book, you'll see that these guys, both Elon and Jeff Bezos, were inspired by astronomy and science fiction. Both of them, they grew up with science fiction books and dreaming about stars. And I think that's something which is very normal. I've seen lots of kids, 7, 8, 10 years old, dreaming about space, dreaming about stars, and so on. And now see that these guys became the richest persons in the world, and thanks to, partially in case of Elon, thanks to his investment in the first space company, basically dreaming about going to Mars. Because he said a couple of times that I created Tesla because I want to invest this money in SpaceX and go to Mars. So that's so ambitious, it's so incredible that basically you have kids growing up with incredible ambitions but dreaming about space. I think that's something that we missed in our education, and this is basically the main point of Starmus, because we created this festival where we put astronomy and space in the center, as a center of gravity, because still, and it was, and it's still, astronomy is the most popular science, is a fact. I mean, there is no question about this. Astronomy was and still is the most popular science. And there are many evidences of this. The best evidence comes from the lectures of Brian Cox in the UK and Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's no single scientist and there's no single, many bands who cannot compete with these guys. They give lectures for 15, 17,000 people. Brian Cox was touring in the UK with 15 lectures in 15 different cities. In each lecture, he had between 10 and 15,000 people. And the tickets were sold out in 5-10 minutes. So there are not so many rock bands who can compete with this. So when we say the science is not interesting, that's completely rubbish, excuse me. I think the best proof comes from excellent science communicators, people who know how to sell science, and the fact that astronomy is an incredible gravity for children and for general public, but you have to know how to sell it. And I was terrified. I was literally terrified to learn that in Armenia, and actually not only in Armenia, it happens also in Spain, so kids don't study astronomy. Astronomy is taken out of the school program. So basically you can cheat them saying, look, if you look up at the sky at night, what you see, these are not stars. These are LEDs. So maybe some commercial company, they put some LEDs and just to for fun and just to make it nice.
There's a whole movie about that, right? The animation.
Exactly, there's a whole movie. And I think this is, I think it's terrible. I can't imagine we live in the 21st century and people do not know that sun is a star and what the star is. I mean, how you can call yourself a civilized person if you have no idea what a planet is and what the sun is and what is a day and what's night? I mean, the really very, very background questions which humanity, the Greek philosophers were with those things 3,000 years ago. And people,
can I ask you a practical question then?
Yes.
So one thing that was suggested here in this hall is that we have to increase funding so that the science becomes more attractive. Secondly, what you say is that we have to turn science into a dream. And the best way of dreaming is dreaming about stars. So moving to like making small Armenia on the land of Mars would be a good dream for young people in Armenia.
Absolutely.
Great. We can extend our territory not by expanding into the neighbors, but probably expanding into Mars, right? A good dream. So how do you sell that? And will you personally suggest to become part of that sales effort to sell the dream of science to young people in Armenia?
Yes, I'm already doing it. We're creating the Starmus Festival, whose principal goal is to inspire. As inspiration is the bottom line. I'm convinced that you cannot teach maths and physics with threats. Or saying, if you don't do this, you will not have a future. If you don't do, you should create an interest, and that's it. Create an interest, and kids will do everything. They don't need you. They don't need even school. They don't need anything. But just somehow you should create this interest. And I think creating interest is much, much, much more easy from astronomy. I'm not saying that they should all become astronomers or go to space. No, they can go to computer science. Later they will go to nuclear physics, whatever. But astronomy is a very wide gate. It's a super wide gate. And it's very, very easy. It's very easy gate. So you can attract them into science, big science, or technology, or anything, opening this gate very early.
Thank you. Then my next, we'll come back to what we can do, and we have to define bullet points, and I will let all of the people here in this room and out there in Zoom to talk about their bullet points, what they suggest to be done. But before that, I would like Sarkis Hayutsan, who has also joined was online, to talk about what he's heard before this and how he can interpret that, and how, Sarkis, do you see converting the ideas that were voiced here into practical steps of your organization that you are leading? And are already things that are there that are being done, or are there things that should be done that you plan, or are there challenges that you see are hard to do? Please.
Thank you, Aram. It's hard to land on the earth after the Israeli, so I will try to make this landing more smooth. So maybe I have to start from the last point that Garik has mentioned. So we have incorporated in our budget a small amount for science popularization programs. So we have to try to start thinking about science popularization. We do not know now which kind of projects they will become, but I think about some, for example, investing in science communicators, for example, investing in creating some YouTube channels which will explain some scientific achievements. So yeah, we have to develop yet the projects, that the framework in which we will provide the funding. It is not much, but if we have success, we can increase further this budget. So I will try to mention a few strengths in our field of science in Armenia. So Armenia still holds the good performance indicators in science, but the keyword here is still. So we have good indicators in Global Innovation Index. We have good indicators in Global Competitiveness Report regarding to scientific products, which are the articles and monographies and scientific publications in general in competitive journals and publicators. So we have, as it is mentioned many times, we have bright scientific diaspora, which we have to involve in our science, field of science. So we have few programs about which I can talk later, maybe. So currently, after long pause, we have commitment from the government to support science initiatives that can be communicated, that can be presented, and that are formulated in acceptable manner with clear performance indicators. So we have commitment to increase funding if we have projects. So, and as Mr. Ishkanian mentioned, in this year we had unprecedented increase in science funding. So approximately we will have 0.48% of GDP allocated to R&D, which is approaching to the Eastern European countries' indicators, which is a good start. So the rest is in our shoulders to provide better projects for funding, and also it is also on scientific community to prove that indeed the case was in funding, not in anything else, which we were not talking about. So, and also we have some few weaknesses that were omitted. So, but I want to talk about them, is lack of ambitiousness among researchers. So these decades of this kind of approach towards science created its backlash from scientists who started not to present themselves as with ambitious projects, problems, and this led to some not so competitive level of, not competitive, but not high level of research, to say so, maybe. And we have also, sadly, we have provincialization in some fields of research, such as, for example, social sciences, humanities. They are lagging very behind of the global research. For example, we have physics and astronomy, which are coping with modern trends, but for example, the other fields are very behind of what is going on in the modern science. And also we have one of the biggest problems that we have is the poor management of scientific research institutions. So this should be talked aloud, and this should be tackled, because the management of administration of research is also the crucial part, because there needs to be someone who is working on the field, who is monitoring the institution, who is tracking the progress and supporting, to say so, the government with their investments. So, and and also the best and worst, the worst case is the age distribution of scientists, which is getting older and older, and we have the natural causes by which our community is losing almost 200, but by some estimations, older generation in a year. And we have problem with involving competitive, comparable younger generation into the research system. But we are trying to place some projects that put the better performance requirements on the younger generation. So, and we hope, and also, yeah, we are in every project that we are doing, we are requiring the involvement at some level of the foreign scientists, not necessarily from diaspora. They can be foreign prominent researchers in the projects, be it as the a co-leader, be it as a co-partner, be it as a distance leader, or whatever. So by this way, we are trying to involve foreign excellence in research to within our projects. And I don't know, maybe should I talk about future projects now, or should we wait?
Let me try to also address some people here in this panel, in this hall. And then I will still let you provide a glimpse to the future, because that's what we're gonna talk right now. So we've talked a bit about our challenges, our opportunities. We've talked about the situation. We looked at the situation from different perspectives. We also looked at what can be done in general. But let's turn that into concrete steps, kind of action items. So I'll start with you, So, Mr. Shkhanyan, what do you think should be done? And I would suggest cut the list short, like 3-4 points, so at the highest priority, so that we can have everybody talking. Please.
Well, okay. In brief, let me make an observation. To my personal opinion, the situation in science in Armenia is such that we cannot improve it just using internal resources. The most important point is that it seems to me that we are late. We are late, and even if we make the sphere, the field, attractive for young people, we don't have enough supervisors, enough organized groups, etc., to produce a new generation in enough amounts that could answer the challenges we suffer. So one of the most important points is the involvement of diaspora. We should involve them in several ways, as supervisors, mentors, or invited lecturers, etc. But most important, it seems to me that most important point is to create excellence centers which can serve as crystallization centers for specific fields, etc. So, and preparation of new PhDs abroad. So I would list the most important points as first, involvement of diaspora scientists as supervisors, mentors, and lecturers. Second, creation of excellence centers, research centers with involvement of diaspora Armenians, and not only Armenians, of course, well-known scientists of not Armenian origin also, it is needed. And the third one, we should start postdoc program. Postdoc is something that is absent in Armenia. But this is, of course, a very important point, and so we should give some funding for that. I would say that the third important point is that one, to launch postdoc program and to give a young generation to travel and to be involved in several research centers and get new experience, etc. These are, to my opinion, the most important 3 points.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, Armin. If the microphone is failing, we'll take this one. Thank you.
Sound check, sound check. All right, we're back. So Aram, I'll reply to this point across 3 areas: capital, labor, and research. So I see in the audience we have Arthur Mikaelian, the leader of the Angel Investment Club of Armenia. So if we have this assertion that we want science, our economic drive, to be routed into these companies that will be our future economic base, it is really important that angel investment activity advances. The idea that individuals take risk very early on to see ventures through. Subsequently, items such as micro VCs, venture capital, private equity. Right now, as a nation, we are uncoordinated. Our industries say we should do trading, we should do mining. That's all well and good, but we have to understand, to build a science-based economy, our investments should match our goals, economic strength and development. The second point I'll make around labor. So I'll say something very provocative here. I actually do not believe that Armenia's tech sector has a labor shortage. And I'll provide context into this assertion. One, having served as a chief science officer for a 100,000 person company, we would regularly hire 1,000 people in a city. And so the challenge I would put to the tech sector, as all of us are imparting, the challenge I would put into our research activities is we are 3 million people in country, but we are 10 million around the world. Do universities here, do companies here have a coordinated strategy for repatriation from Buenos Aires, from New York, from Montreal, from LA, from Sydney, from Beirut? The second assertion I would make is, in country right now, there are over 100, I'll call them zombie IT outsourcing companies, teams of 5 to 25 people. These can be bought, these can be integrated. So M&A activity and strategy is nascent, but can be advanced. And the third I would say is in terms of research. Right now in Armenia, we desperately need very strong research laboratories. I was very inspired to see Garek on the line here. Why don't we have space tech labs here focusing on geospatial analysis, remote sensing? These do dovetail with key areas such as computer vision. Skyla uses computer vision in an advanced way to advance security. Cognaze, Vahe Andonian's coming to the subsequent week here at the Yerevan Motor. Computer vision in finance. We have Paolo Perjanian with the team.
Armen, if you can cut short of the examples, because we're really short in time, if you just focus on key topics.
Would be more than delighted to do so, Aram. So to round out this example here, robotics. So we have here this intersection of our goals, if we make this search, research coming into the economy. We do so via laboratories, the vectors being companies. The topics can't be random. So computer vision, media analytics, industries including health tech and space tech. In this way, we can have critical mass.
Thank you. Moving forward. Please, Yelena. Your turn.
I agree. It has to be orchestrated and harmonized effort between private sector and the public sector. To me, if we're trying to build a science-based economy, we have to think long-term, right? It's not going to happen in 2 years. It's not going to happen in 5 years. It's at least 25 to 30-year project. So we have to prioritize what are we doing to invest in this for a long-term goal, and what are we doing immediately to create value for the country. If we think of it long-term, then the country has to put enough investment to see return of that investment in 20, 25 years from now in a form of science-based economy. And what you do there is you, as a public system, you strengthen your education, and you start really from kindergarten, elementary school. You induce a cultural shift towards excitement for STEM, and our panelists today touched on that, right? You instill that culture and scientific thinking starting from 2, 3, 5-year-old. You strengthen all the other aspects of education, including higher education and post-university and professional education. And that will allow you to then have talent and position the country as a place where everyone, all of the investors come for talent, and then you think about retention of that talent, right? We can grow the talent, but if they're going to leave the country, what benefit is it for us? So can the state incentivize the small businesses, startups, and create an infrastructure to retain these businesses within the country, so that then the economy can benefit from the function of those businesses? Because that ultimately would create an environment where you'll see a flow of investments, you'll see an infrastructure building, you'll see a flow of ultimately, if we're talking about tech or biotech, you'll also see law firms coming to the country. That sector will develop, right? And then tourism and everything else in and of itself will come together. So I think the first thing is invest with a long-term goal of raising talent and positioning the country as the resource for talent where everybody will come to it.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Kira.
Okay, I'll echo some parts of the other panelists say. And here I would like to mention that, first of all, the average salary in Armenia is very low. It is about $5 per hour. And we need to increase it, and we are capable of increasing it by working on, so creating jobs with very high salaries, and those which are not, which can be done remotely. So the IT sector is perfect for that purposes, but of course it is not only limited to the IT sector, and here we need to have a research from the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of High-Tech Industry, Ministry of Education and Science, and understand which specific domains should be targeted, and the labs that we are going to have should be in some sense providing specialists to that sector. So either directly or just doing some basic research, which can then be easily, those specialists can easily shift to those high salary works. So, and another thing that I would like to add is popularizing the science. So there is, I have seen a very nice science institute in Israel, Weizmann Institute. So, for example, you can create a rainbow in just a matter of a second. You just push the button, you see the water, and every kid can see how a rainbow can be created in a matter of a second. Or there are some other fascinating examples that, let's say, you have two parabolic dishes, 10 meters far from each other, but if you whisper in the focal part of one dish, then the other person who is 10 meters far from can listen as if you are just near him. So even we have a book giving day, and now we can have a science day, so a day which we just talk all in all possible ways, in media, in social media, about the science in schools, in universities, so this popularizing it.
I'm conscious of time. We have already passed our time that we owned, like we have 5 minutes running. So I would suggest that two of our speakers that are in Zoom also add their points. I will start with Garik again. Please come in with your suggestions. You've already suggested a couple of things, but probably you have more.
Yeah, I think science communication is fundamental, and I'm happy to see that the science community understands this, and there will be funds allocated for science communication. But I also want to highlight that space technology is actually the fastest growing today. Space technology today is like IT industry 20 years ago. It's a $1 trillion industry now, moving faster and faster. And it's partially because of the near future in mining, in space mining. You know, the mining of asteroids and the moon is quite a serious thing. It's not a dream, and it's going to happen very soon, very soon. And we know that many companies in Europe were spin-offs of large universities. And one of the largest space tech satellite builders in Europe is Nano Avionics. It was a spin-off of Vilnius University. And now it's one of the biggest companies in Europe, just in 6-7 years. So I'm quite convinced that Armenia should seriously consider bringing space technologies, which have nothing to do with rocket industry, because I think people confuse building rockets and sending astronauts with space industry, which is more about programming, communication, and it's a very different matter. And Armenia has a potential in AI and in programming and image processing, communications, optics. So all these technologies can be applied easily and will bring enormous profit, because I don't think we should always be in a tail of an IT industry and trying to. The unicorns will much faster and easily come from space tech.
Thank you. And thank you. And the last speaker today will be Mr. Haoutian. And I would suggest you that you kind of summarize in few words what you would suggest to do and what you are planning to do, because, well, most of what was suggested, I mean, probably not all, but most of what's suggested is in your domain. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Aram. I will try to keep short. So I will start by what we are going to do next year and then go about the further projects. So in the coming year, we are launching 2 new programs, which are not 2, but 4 programs, 2 of which is aimed for the younger generation, which is the postdoc program, as Mr. Ishkhanian mentioned. So, and this will give funding to new but young scientists, funding for traveling around the most prominent research centers, to the most prominent research centers to do their research, to participate in the global research, to gain the experience of doing competitive research and transferring this knowledge back to Armenia. Another one is the targeted PhD programs, by which we mean the raising the fields that we want to develop in Armenia, or raising the fields that we need to upgrade in Armenia, and sending PhD students for up to 3 years, the full learning period, to the best research centers around the world and to do their PhD research. And then we will try to develop programs that we will involve them back into, bring them back to Armenia and involve in the research. So another 2 are the programs that are targeting diaspora and foreign scientists, which first of which is the program of reintegration program or integration program, which is aimed to the diaspora or foreign scientists to relocate to Armenia, to establish their laboratories in Armenia and to do their research in Armenia and to develop a research group here. And the second one is the concept of parallel labs, which does not require the supervisor to relocate to Armenia, but instead they can have the research group here and manage it distantly, and which will do the parallel research with their wherever they are doing their research with this laboratory. And we are trying to attract them by providing, for example, research equipment that they do not have there and that will complement their research, and it will be attractive for them. So we have also the program of renovating, not renovating, but upgrading the research infrastructures in Armenia, which is the purchasing of the modern and expensive equipments, research equipments. And this program runs already 2nd year. This year we have purchased some equipment. No, not this year. Last year, we have purchased some equipment that, for example, the biggest one costs $500,000. So the realization is there that we have to have good research equipment to do modern and competitive research. And on the second year, we have $2 million allocated for this, approximately 2 million. It will be revised during the year. So yeah, and what we are aiming to do is developing the new legislation, because our legislative system is now very old. It's the last regulations that are in place are adopted in 2001. So we have to catch up with the modern trends and changes in the research environment. We have to develop, as I mentioned, we have to develop new and productive investment projects in order to request money from the government, funding from the government. We have to increase the level of international collaboration, transferring it from sporadic into more institutional relations. We have to do lots of, as I mentioned, mobility programs for scientists, because this is the only way to open eyes towards the modern world. And yeah, and also we have the best part, which we should not forget, is that when we are talking about science to economy relations, we are forgetting about the crucial part in this, the technology transfer environment and ecosystem. So we have to develop, and it is in the government program, develop the technology transfer legislation, offices, or office maybe. Currently we are working on one. Ministry of Economy is working on the one. So we hope to involve Yelena with this project, and she is, I think she accepted it once very gladly, and she is involved maybe, as I know. So we have to establish it, and after that we have also, government has also involved in its strategy the establishment of foundation, which will be investing in the high risk, not to say startups, I don't like that word that much, but endeavors from the scientists. And preliminary, its budget is 10 billion dirhams, which is $20 million approximately. So we will have the government foundation with the investment capital into the high risk.
Sarkis, here I have actually to kind of thank you for providing such an extensive list of things you plan to do. Unfortunately, we run out of time.
My pleasure, but the time was very short.
I think this will be all published and everybody will learn about it. What I want to conclude with is that everybody here, I think we are all aligned. We talked about basically the same things in different words, but that's the most important thing, I believe. We are all aligned. We do see the same way to go towards future. We need to have a good, well-founded strategy for our country to develop science. And I think that the parts and pieces of this strategy are already put together. I think we all have to work together to define that strategy, and each of us will figure our own place inside the whole strategy to help our country succeed becoming a scientific nation. Thank you. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you for the people on Zoom. Thank you very much, Garik and Sarkis.
And thank you so much, Adam, a fantastic moderator and a man of science himself. Thank you guys all for the great contributions. Our final panel for today and for the summit is tying it all together, creating an action plan out of all the ideas and questions and points that were raised over the past 2 days. I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Rafi Kasarjan, the Executive Director of the Union of Advanced Technology Enterprises. Now, we're going to be conducting this last session in Armenian with simultaneous translation into English. we'll take a few minutes now just to distribute the listening devices for those who'd like the English version of the session. Go ahead and raise your hand if you would like one of those devices, and someone will come and bring that around to you. And we're also going to rearrange the stage. So it's going to take a few minutes. Keep those hands up, and we will get you guys those devices. And the session will begin in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay, we've come to the last, but probably one of the most important sessions of the conference. We have learned a lot over the last 2 days about how COVID has changed the way we work, the way we teach, and in the last session, the way we innovate. And we also have found that many companies have said that for all the challenges that COVID posed, we see a number of opportunities as well. And I'm going to switch into Armenia now for the last session because we're very honored to have Mr. Vagan Khachaturian, the Minister of High Technology Industries, and Mr. Vagan Keropian, the Minister of Economy. These are the people that we work with on a daily basis to continue to grow our economy, our industry. Շատ ուրախ եմ, որ այս մեր երկօրվա համաժողովը մենք կարող ենք ամփոփել իմ կարծիքով շատ հետաքրքրական զրույց ունենալով մեր հարգելի հյուրերին, պարոն Վահագն Խաչատուրյան, բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների վարչությունաբերության նախարարը եւ պարոն Վահան Քերոպյան, էկոնոմիկայի նախարար, խնդրեմ պարոն Խաչատուրյան, պարոն Քերոպյան, եթե կարող եք մեզ միանալ եւ մեծ ծափարենք մեր հյուրերին։ Եթե կարող եք քիչ մի տարածքությունը բան արեցի, խնդրեմ եկեք մեջտեղ նստեք, պարոն Խաչատուրյան, պարոն Քերոպյան։ Ուրեմն այս վերջին երկու օրվա ընթացքում մենք տեսանք, որ ինչպես տարբեր ընկերությունները, տարբեր ոլորտները, կրթությունը համակերպվել է, առաջին բառը օգտագործեմ համակերպվել է այս մեր այն մարտահրավերներին, որ այս համավարակը մեր վրա բերեց, անսպասելի, չնայած որոշ մարդիկ ասեն, որ շատ սպասելի է, բայց նաև տեսանք, որ ռեժիմին, հիմա ունենք, արդեն ոչ մեկը չի մտածում, դու որտեղ ես գտնվում, մինակ մտածում են, արդյոք ինտերնետի կապը այդքան լավ է, որ դու կարողանաս Zoom-ով կամ այլ հարթակներով համախոսակցել։ Մեր կարծիքով, ոչ թե մինակ մեր կարծիքով, մեր մնացած մասնակիցների կարծիքով դա ստացվել մեծ հնարավորություն է տալիս Հայաստանի նման ներկաների համար եւ կուզենայի միասին այս մեր վերջին պանելի ժամանակ ընթացքում կոնկրետ քայլեր ձեռնարկենք, ինչպես կարող ենք պետությունը եւ մասնավոր սեկտորը եւ մեր սփյուռքը եւ մեր գիտական ծրագիրը միասին աշխատեն այս հնարավորություններին օգտվելու համար։ Ուրեմն, եթե հասկանանք, որ Հայաստան ՏՏ ոլորտի զարգացումը, առաջին ալիքն է եւ նկատիներ անկախությունից հետո։ Առաջին ալիքը եղել է հենց այդ ուժերը տեխնիկական խորհրդանիշության ժամանակ, որ ունեին շատ խորը գիտական բազա, շատ մեծ թվով շատ հայտնի մասնագետներ եւ դա կարողացան օգտագործել, որ թե տեղական ընկերությունների ստեղծման միջոցով եւ նաեւ համաշխարհային հայտնի ընկերություններին ներգրավելով առաջին այդ ալիքը եղավ այդ Electronic Design Automation, Synopsys, Mentor Graphics, Cadence, որ սկսեցին Pontes եւ այլ ընկերությունները, որ նախկին խորհրդային ժամանակից օգտվել են մասնագետներից։ Դա առաջին ալիքն է։ Եվ դա օգնեց բերել լուրջ ներդրումներ երկրում եւ նաեւ ինչ որ ձևով բանի փոփոխություն, այսինքն մշակույթի փոփոխություն, այդ արևմտյան մտածելակերպ եւ այլն։ Դրանից հետո 2000-ական թվականներում մինչև երևի մի 5-6 տարի առաջ ունեցանք այդ բանի ծառայություններում մատուցելու ալիքը։ Մենք ունեցանք ընկերություններ, որ պատրաստ էին Հայաստանի, այդպես ասած, ուղեղային ուժը օգտագործել այլ երկրների եւ այլ ընկերությունների համար պրոդուկտներ եւ ծառայություններ կառուցելու համար։ Եվ դա լավ է, բայց ինչպես մի քիչ առաջ նշվեց, այսօր մեկի panel-ը ասեց, անունը կոչեց բանի, ինչքան մարդաուժի արբիտրաժ, այսինքն դու այսքան չէ որ քու ծախսային բազան աշխատավարձերը կոպիտ ասած ավելի ցածր են Հայաստանում, դու դա օգտագործում ես, որ մարդկանց համոզես, որ իրանց գործը ստեղանեն, ոչ թե այդ ավելի քան երկրներում։ Բայց դրա արժեքի ստեղծման հնայի այսինքն այս ոլորտի զարգացումը կախված է թե կոնկրետ քանի հոգի ունես, այսինքն դու հաշվում քանը կարող ենք ավելի էժանով անել եւ դա ասենք այդ դիրքը պահելը բավականին դժվար է, ինչպես մեր ընկերությունները, որ այդ ոլորտի մեջ կային, գիտեն։ Հիմա շատ հետաքրքրական բան եղավ այս երրորդ ալիքը, որ արդեն ունենք համաշխարհային մակարդակի պատրաստ պրոդուկտներ, որ վաճառվում են ամբողջ աշխարհով մեկ, որ կամ ի սկզբանե ստեղծվել են Հայաստանում, կամ նույնիսկ եթե չեն ստեղծվել Հայաստանում, իրենք այդ ընկերությունները հիմնադիրները համահիմնադիրները եղել են հայ եւ թե բիզնեսի կոմերցիոն բաժարներով եւ նաեւ մեր երկրի զարգացման համար այդ բավականին լուրջ գործունեություն ծավալում են Հայաստանում։ Այս երրորդ ալիքի մասին կուզենայի խոսել եւ կուզենայի հասկանալ ինչպես մենք ստեղծենք որ այս զարգացումը մեզ բերի լրիվ ուրիշ մակարդակի։ Հենց նախորդ panel-ում խոսեցինք Հայաստանի հնայի մասին եւ համեմատելով ենթադրենք մեր արևելքի հարևանի հնային եւ այլ երկրներին։ Այն ընկերությունները, հայերի կողմից ղեկավարված ընկերությունները, որ այս մեր համաժողովի մասնակցեցին, իրենց ընդհանուր շուկայական արժեքը համարյա հասնում է Հայաստանի ամբողջ հնային։ Այսինքն մենք գիտենք, որ ունենք հնարավորություն կրկնապատկելու 3 անգամ ավելի մեծացնել։ Եվ դրա մասին եմ ուզում խոսեմ, որ ինչպես կարող ենք դա իրականացնել։ Պարոն Խաչատուրյան, հիմա դուք արդեն մի քանի ամիս է մեր, այսպես ասած, ոլորտի ամենասերմ մեր ոլորտի հետ աշխատող ամենասերմ նախարարությունն եք կառավարում։ Ինչ տպավորություններ դուք ունեք հանդիպելով այս ընկերությունների հետ, լսելով որ այս համավարակին ընթացքում ինչ հնարավորություններ մենք ունենք, ինչպես պետք է օգտագործենք ասենք ժամանակի կամ պատմության այս պահը, որ կարողանանք զարգացնել թե մեր ոլորտը եւ թե երկիրը։
Շնորհակալություն։ Նախ բարև ձեզ, շնորհակալություն բոլորիդ, որ մասնակցում եք։ Ես ցավոք սրտի նախքին քննարկումներին չեմ մասնակցել, անունը կոչվում է զբաղվածություն։ Բայց մի դիտարկում, քանի որ իմ եզակի հնարավորություններից այս 3 ամսվա ընթացքում հանրային ելույթ ունենալու, ոչ թե նրա պատճառով, որ չի եղել այդպիսի հնարավորություն, պարզապես ես չեմ ցանկացել, որովհետև շատ կարևոր է ինձ համար նախ հասկանալ այն բնագավառը, որը ղեկավարում եմ ես այսօր եւ նաեւ անելիքները, բայց ուզում եմ ուղղակի ներկայանալ հնարավորությունը օգտագործելով, որ ես պատահական մարդ չեմ, քաղաքական առումով երևի շատերը գիտեն ինձ, մասնագիտական առումով ես իմ ամբողջ կյանքում զբաղվել եմ քաղաքատեսություն, որպես դասախոս ուղղակի տեսական տնտեսագիտությամբ, իսկ դրանից հետո շատ ավելի պրակտիկ մակրոտնտեսական խնդիրների հետազոտություններով եւ կանխատեսումներով։ Ինձ ուղղակի դուք հիշեցիք, որ կարող եմ դրա մասին խոսել, ափսոս ես նախորդին չեմ մասնակցել, որտեվ երբ որ համախառն ներքին արդյունքի մասին ենք խոսում, շատ ավելի կարևոր է որակական գնահատական տալը, քան թե ուղղակի քանակական գնահատական տալուն եւ պարոն Քերոբյանն է ինձ հետ այստեղ նստած մեր էկոնոմիկայի նախարարը եւ միշտ մի հարց է բարձրացնում, որը կրկնում է նաեւ վարչապետը կամ վարչապետները առաջին հերթին այդ հարցը բարձրացրել, խոսքը գնում է աշխատանքի արտադրողականությանը։ Այդ թե ինչի հաշվին ենք մենք ստանում կամ ստեղծում ավելացված արժեք։ Մեր մոտ աշխատանքի արտադրողականության վերաբերյալ պարոն Քերոբյանը երևի թվեր կասի, ուղղակի ես չեմ կրկնել այդ թվերը, որտեղ հաճելի չէ։ Մենք ուղղակի ցածրագույն մակարդակում ենք դրում մեր բոլորի խնդիրները։ Եվ հաշվի առնելով նաև այն հանգամանքը, որ մենք երջանկում ենք մասնագիտական ներքի կարիք
ունենք, այդ պայմաններում հաշվի առնելով նաև այսօր տեխնիկական հնարավորությունները այս միջավայրում ապրելու, այսինքն ցածր արտադրողական աշխատանք ունենալու մենք ուղղակի ռեսուրս չունենք եւ իրավունք էլ չունենք։ Մենք ինչ որ անում ենք, պետք է անենք որակով, ինչ որ անում ենք, դրա մեջ պետք է մեծ արժեք ստեղծվի եւ ասենք դրա լավագույն օրինակներից մեկը կարող է լինել այն նախագիծը, որը լինել է պղնձաձորանի կառուցումը։ Գիտեք, որ տարիներ շարունակ սրա մասին խոսվել է, ինչ-ինչ հանգամանքներից ելնելով նաև տնտեսագիտական կամ տնտեսական պատճառներով այդ հարցը չի լուծվել, այստեղ հիմա հարցը ավելի շատ երևի գտնում է նաև բնապահպանական կամ շրջակա միջավայրի պահպանման դաշտում, ես համոզված եմ, որ մեր կառավարությունը այդ հանգամանքներից ելնելով եթե ներկայացվի ծրագիր իր որոշումը կկայացնի։ Եվ դուք շատ լավ դիտարկում արեցիք այդ 3 էտապների մասին, մենք այդ 2 անցած էտապների արդյունքում բավականին լավ դիրքում ենք հայտնվել։ Մենք հենց նոր նստած դրա մասին ենք խոսում, տնտեսագիտության մեջ կա հարաբերական առավելություն։ Մենք հիմա ունենք այդ հարաբերական առավելությունը մեր հարևանների, մեր տարածաշրջանում գտնվող երկրների նկատմամբ։ Եվ մեր հետագա զարգացումը կապված է լինելու նրանով, թե մենք ինչքանով ենք կարողանալու եւ ինչքանով ենք պատրաստ այդ հարաբերական առավելությունը օգտագործել։ Ինչի նկատի ունեմ։ Այն հանգամանքը, որը պայմանավորված է Սփյուռքով, նախ եւ առաջ ես սրա մասին եմ ուզում ասել, մենք տարիներ շարունակ Սփյուռքի մասին խոսելիս այլ չափանիշներ ենք կիրառել եւ այսօր անկախ մեզնից կամ մենք ենք այդպես իրավիճակն այդպես մեզ դարձրել, այնպեսի մի իրավիճակ է ստացվել, որ Սփյուռքը անընդհատ գտնում է այստեղ եւ մենք էլ գտնում ենք Սփյուռքում։ Ֆիզիկապես այդպես չի, բայց մեր ներկայությունը, մեր մասնագիտական գիտելիքների առումով, մեր բիզնես ծրագրերի առումով, մեր այսօր տնտեսության կառավարման կամ մասնակցության առումով այդպեսին է։ Այսինքն մենք ավելի գլոբալ մի երկիր կամ ժողովուրդ ենք այսօր, ինչի մասին միգուցե երազում էինք, որոնք իրար հետ աշխատում են, համագործակցում են ոչ թե այն սկզբունքով, որ Սփյուռքը ուրեմն պիտի մեզ գումարներ տա, բարեգործությամբ զբաղվի, այլ մենք Սփյուռք ենք, որովհետև մենք այստեղ պայմաններ ենք ստեղծում, այնտեղ գտնվող մարդիկ Հայաստան են, որովհետև իրենք Հայաստան են կառուցում այստեղ։ Այս խնդիրը պետք է կարողանանք լուծել։ Եվ լավագույն փորձը, որ կա Սփյուռքում բոլոր առումներով, տնտեսության կառավարման, մասնագիտական գիտելիքների, նորագույն տեխնոլոգիաների իմացության, ծրագրերի եւ այլնի, այս ամեն ինչը ուղղակի այս հարաբերությունների ընթացքում փոխանցվում է մեկը մեկին։ Հավատացեք, որ ինքը բնական զարգացման նույնիսկ պայմաններում առանց որևէ մեկի միջամտության իր արդյունքը տալու է։ Մենք արդեն զգում ենք մեր շփումներում, կարծում եմ այստեղ դարեջում գտնված բոլորն են եւ ցուցահանդեսի մասնակիցների երեկոյին շփումներն էլ դա ցույց տվեցին, որովհետեւ եւ մենք ոչ թե գտնում ենք Հայաստանում, այլ գտնում ենք աշխարհում։ Որտեղ այդտեղ ներկայացված ընկերությունները կամ այդտեղ ներկայացված խոսակցությունը ավելի շատ դրաներ նման։ Ես չեմ չափազանցեցնում, չեմ ուզում նաև որ մենք հանգստանանք կամ ընդհանրապես համարենք, որ մենք ինքնագովաս սանքով զբաղվենք, բայց եկեք նաև մեզ չթերագնահատենք, շատ դեպքերում դա մեզ խանգարում է։ Մենք ռեալ հասկանանք մենք ինչի ընդունակ ենք, ինչ ունենք եւ դրանով առաջնորդվենք։ Տվյալ դեպքում այս 3-րդ էտապի մասին մեր անելիքների, որպես նախարարություն, որպես կառավարություն, հիմնական խնդիրը կայանում է, որ մենք պետք է կարողանանք այդ 2 անցած էտապների զարգացումը ապահովել, այսինքն ստեղծել այնպիսի մի միջավայր, որտեղ որ նորագույն տեխնոլոգիաներ կամ բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների մուտքը, իրենց գործունեությունը եւ հետագա զարգացումը Հայաստանում նպաստավոր լինի։ Նույնիսկ այսպես ասեմ, մի հետաքրքիր դիտարկում էր, շատերը ովքեր մեր մոտ են գալիս, որի ես եմ այդ հանդիպումների մասնակցում, իրենք արտոնությունների կամ հարկային արտոնությունների մասին չեն խոսում, որտեղ եթե հիշում եք, առաջին էտապում շարժիչ ուժը նաև այդպիսի հարկային արտոնություններ էր, որ տրվել էր IT ընկերություններին եւ պարզվեց, որ դրանք շատ օգտակար էին։ Հիմա 22 թվականին միջազգային դեկտեմբերին այդ ժամանակը դրանում մենք պետք է կարողանանք նաև հասկանալ, թե մենք ինչ ենք անելու այդ առումով, մեր քաղաքականությունը որն է լինելու։ Բայց այդ մարդիկ այդ խնդիրը չեն դնում։ Բոլորը գալիս են մի կարևոր խնդիր են դնում մեր առջև։ Կրթության խնդիր։ Մեր մասնագետների պատրաստման, վերապատրաստման այդ ամբողջ ցիկլի խնդիրն են դնում, որովհետև մարդիկ գալիս են այստեղ ուղղակի աշխատելու, իրենց գործարար ունակությունները զարգացնելու կամ ներդնելու համար եւ կարիք ունեն մասնագետների։
Այս խնդիրը օրակարգում է բոլորիս համար։ Այդ թվում նաև անկախ նրանից, որ մենք համարվում ենք բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության նախարարություն, մեր ծրագրերում կա նաև կրթական կոմպոնենտ։ Դա իհարկե հիմնականում կրթության, գիտության, սպորտի եւ երիտասարդության հարցերի նախարարության շրջանակում է գտնվում, բայց քանի որ նաև մեր նախարարությունը անմիջապես կապ ունի նաև որոշ առումով գիտության հետ, մենք նաև ֆինանսական որոշակի ռեսուրսներ ենք տալիս, այդ որոշակի ռեսուրսները գալիս է ընդհանուր պետության հատկացված 25 միլիարդի 20%-ը։ Այսինքն մենք ինքներս կարող ենք, բացի դրանից, մենք ինքներս ուղղակի մեր առօրյա այն ծրագրերում, որ նախարարությունը հիմա ներկայացրել է նաև կառավարությանը, դա լրջագույն կոմպոնենտ է, մասնակցություն, հիմնականում ձևակերպումը ժամանակակից տերմինոլոգիայով կոչվում է էկոհամակարգ, այլ ձևակերպումներով տնտեսական գործունեության բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների բնագավառում միջավայր ստեղծելու խնդիրն է, որը սկսում է մասնագետների ստարտափներից, աչակցելուց, օգնելուց, նրանց ոտի կանգնելուց եւ մինչեւ բիզնեսի ճանապարհը հարթելուց։ Սա կարևորագույն խնդիր է, որ մեր օրակարգում կա եւ մենք դա անելու ենք։ Հաջորդ խնդիրը դերևս այսպես ասեմ, վերջնական ձևակերպում չի ստացել, որը կոչվում է հենց նորագույն տեխնոլոգիաների աչակցություն, որտեղ մեր եւ էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության ճանապարհները հատվում են։ Եվ այս հատման տեղը այնքան էլ հստակ չի եւ պարզ է, որ հստակել չի կարող լինել։ Բայց մենք երկուսս կարիք ունենք այդ բնագավառի զարգացման համար անհրաժեշտ միջավայր ստեղծել։ Սկսած կարգավորումներից, օրենսդրական բարեփոխումներից, ինչի նկատի ունեմ, ասենք, ամենակարևորագույն եւ բարդագույն խնդիրը, որ մենք անելու ենք, թվայնացման խնդիրն է։ Մենք ունենք թվայնացման ռազմավարություն երկրի համար, առաջնորդում ենք այդ ռազմավարությամբ, բայց բավականին բարդ բնագավառ է, ովքեր, այսինքն բոլորդ էլ երևի այստեղ նստածները տարնչվում եք եւ խորությամբ կամ մի քիչ ավելի պակաս գիտելիքներ ունեք, ինքը շատ բարդ բնագավառ է, ինքը շատ շարժունակ, անընդհատ փոփոխվող եւ այդտեղ միայն պետության մասնակցությունը շատ քիչ է, առանց մասնավորի, մասնակցության եւ օգնության աջակցության դա չի լինելու։ Սա այն է, որ մենք անելու ենք անպայման մասնավորի հետ համատեղ։ Այսինքն մեր հնարավորությունները զուտ կարգավորումներ անելու, օրենսդրական փոփոխություններ անելու եւ գաղափարներ առաջ քաշելու մի կողմից, մյուս կողմից կոնկրետ արդեն այդ աշխատանքները կատարելու մեջ այդ այսօրվա ժամանակակից պահանջների առումով մասնավորի մասնակցությունը պարտադիր է լինելու։
Շատ լավ, բարոյ Խաչատուրյան, ուզում եմ ասել, որ երկու այդ ուղղություններով, այսինքն կրթությունը եւ թվայնացումը, ԱՏԾՄ-ն, ասենք, ոլորտին, ասենք, ամենամեծ կարծիքը, որ ներկայացնում է ոլորտը, լիովին պատրաստ ենք աշխատել, արդեն աշխատում ենք եւ ավելին ասեմ, որ այսօր առավոտյան ունեինք կոնկրետ կրթության հետ կապված տարբեր տեսակի ձևաչափով կրթություն մատուցելու հանրության, որ կարողանանք մասնագետներ բանանել, աճացնել։ Գիտեք, մասնավոր սեկտորը դուք շատ լավ գիտեք, որ ինքը երբ որ ասենք պետական լուծում չի գտնում, ինքը մեկը լուծում պիտի գտնի։ Այսինքն այդ ճանապարհները արդեն արել ենք եւ մեր ցանկությունն է, որ դա ավելի համակերպված անենք եւ ծեր հետ, նորից եմ կրկնում, ծեր համագործակցելով կարողանանք այն անհրաժեշտ կրթությունը ավելի լայնածավալ ձևի հասնել, ոչ թե մենակ իր ֆիզիկական հասանելիություն, տարբեր գյուղեր, տարբեր քաղաքներ, այլ նաև որ միասին կարողանանք, որ սա կարևոր է, որ ներգրավենք մեր աբակայի մասնագետները, որ կարողանանք այդ աճը ապահովենք։ Պարոն Քերոպյան, ձեր, այսպես ասած, պորտֆելը ավելի լայն է, ընդհանուր տնտեսությանը վերաբերվում, բայց նաև դուք գալիս եք մեր ոլորտից եւ բավական, ասենք, ծանոթ եք մեր ոլորտի խնդիրների հետ։ Գիտեմ, որ որոշակի ծրագրեր էկոնոմիկայի նախարարությունը արդեն ձեռնարկել է, որ կարողանանք այն խնդիրները, մարդուժի խնդիրը, որի մասին խոսեցինք, այլ երկրների հետ համագործակցելու մասին, միգուցե կարող եք ասել, ասենք, ինչ էթափում ենք, որտեղ մենք ասենք շատ, այսպես ասած, անհապեր սպասում ենք այն ամեն ինչին, որ կարող է նպաստի մեր ոլորտի զարգացման, որ նաև միանգամից կանդրադառնա մեր երկրի բանի տնտեսության զարգացման։
Բարև ձեզ, սիրելի ընկերներ, իհարկե շատ կարևոր հարցեր են քննարկում եւ լիովին համաձայն եմ իմ գործընկերոջ հետ, որ կրթությունը ամեն ինչի հիմքն է բայց դա երկար ճանապարհ է, այսինքն եթե մենք սպասենք, թե երբ մեր երեխաները լավ կրթություն կստանան եւ կարողանան տնտեսության մեջ իրենց մասնաբաժին ունենալ, դա շատ ուշ կլինի եւ մենք այդքան ժամանակ չունենք եւ իհարկե արտադրողականության հետ կապված խնդիրը եւս շատ լուրջ է թվերով եթե ասեմ Հայաստանում մի մարդու մի ժամվա ստեղծած համախառն ներքին արդյունքը $6.8 է կազմում այն պարագայում երբ որ Եվրասիական տնտեսական միությունում մոտավորապես $12 է իսկ OECD երկրների միջինը $45 է այսինքն մոտավորապես 6.5 անգամ ավելի շատ է երկրների խմբի ստեղծած մի մարդու մի ժամվա հնան ավելի մեծ քան Հայաստանում ստեղծածը եւ դա ճիշտ ասած մի քանի պատճառով է ամենակարևորները 3-ն են այս բանի որոնք որ կարելի մենք առանձնացրել ենք դա առաջինը մոդեռնիզացիայի պրոբլեմն է, այսինքն մենք օգտագործում ենք սարքեր, սարքավորումներ, հոսքագծեր, որոնք հին են եւ դա ամենտեղ երևում է, սկսած ասենք ամենատրիվիալ այն ավտոմեքենայից որ մենք քշում ենք եւ դա էլ է հին, միջինը 21 տարեկան է մեր մոտ ավտոն, շատ վատ թիվ եմ ասում, բայց հենց այդպես է վերջացրած հոսքագծերով, որոնք եւս ցածր արտադրողականությունն են։ Երկրորդ խնդիրը դա մեր ընկերությունների թվայնացված չլներն է։ Ես այստեղ չեմ խոսում IT ոլորտի մասին, չնայած ցավոք սրտի բազմաթիվ IT ընկերություններ եւս թվային առումով հասուն չեն։ Իսկ նրանք սարքում են IT product, բայց իրանց մյուս բոլոր գործընթացները ներքին, ասենք HR-ը, հաշվապահությունը եւ այլն, կարող է շատ ցածր արտադրողականությամբ աշխատեն եւ ընդհանրապես այս խնդիրը վերաբերվում է Հայաստանի ընկերությունների 91%-ին, դա կլինի վարսավիրանոց, թե գործարան, թե IT ընկերություն, իրենց պրոցեսների մեծ մասը թվայնացրած չեն, դեռ չեն թվայնացրել եւ հետեւաբար դա ազդում է արտադրողականության վրա եւ երրորդը, որը շատ կարեւոր կոմպոնենտ է, դա ընդհանուր պրոցեսների ճիշտ կազմակերպումն է եւ այստեղ իհարկե ամենահետաքրքիր մոտեցումներն է, ես կարող եմ կյանքից մի օրինակ բերել, մի քանի օրինակ կարող եմ բերել երբ որ դեռ ես սուպերմարկետներից հանցում էի 2009 թվականն էր մենք գերմանացի խորհրդատվական ընկերություն հրավիրեցինք որպեսզի օգնեն մեզ մեր պրոցեսները ճիշտ կառավարեն եւ առաջի հարցը որ տվեցին ասին որն է ձեր ընկերության արտադրողականությունը ես ասացի այդ ինչ է եւ հետո պարզվեց որ սուպերմարկետներից հանցի դեպքում դա միջինը մի մարդու մի ժամվա ստեղծած առևտուրն է արագ հաշվեցինք եւ ասենք օքեյ $14 ասած Եվրոպայի միջինը 100 եվրո է բայց օրինակ Եվրոպայում կան ցանցեր Ալդին որ 250 եվրո է բայց Ալդին ունի խանութներ որտեղ արտադրողականությունը 750 եվրո է մի մարդու մի ժամվա բերած առևտուրը ու հետո անցանք ինչ-որ պրոցեսներ ասենք ինչ են ձեր բոլոր խանութները 24 ժամանոց ինչի եք դուք ապրանք ստանում ամբողջ օրվա ընթացքում ոչ թե առավոտյան միայն ինչ են այս պրոցեսները այսպես այլ ոչ թե այնպես ինչ են ձեր գանձապահները նստած ոչ թե կանգնած որովհետև կանգնած գանձապահները երկու անգամ ավելի արագ են աշխատում ինչի ձեր ապրանքների վրա շտրիխ կոդ չկա եւ այլն այս բոլոր խնդիրները ասենց հերթագրեցինք հա եւ մոտավորապես 2 ամսվա ընթացքում կարող ասենք 3 անգամ բարձրացնել մեր արտադրողականությունը զուտ process-ները շտկելով, հա։ Եվ այստեղ մենք ունենք շատ մեծ պոտենցիալ եւ հիմա երբ որ խոսում ենք մեր ծրագրերի մասին, ապա կարող եմ ասել, որ հենց այս 3 կոպիտ ասած growth driver-ներն են, որ փորձում ենք օգտագործել, հա։ Մեկը դա ընկերություններին խրախուսել մոդեռնիզացնել իրենց սարքավորումները եւ շուտով մենք կարծում եմ մինչեւ տարվա վերջ արդեն կհաստատենք ծրագիր, որով մենք ընկերություններին հնարավորություն կտանք շատ արտոնյալ պայմաններով թարմացնել իրենց սարքավորումները եւ իրենց ընդհանուր արտադրական համակարգը։ Երկրորդը դա էլի խթանել ընկերություններին, թվայնացնել, այստեղ էլի մեր կառավարության action plan-ում, այսպես ասած, միջոցառումների ծրագրում ընդգրկել ենք թվայնացումը խթանող ծրագիր, դա կարծում եմ մյուս տարվա առաջի եռամսյակում արդեն հաստատած կունենանք եւ այստեղ խնդիրը լինելու է ընկերություններին խրախուսել թվայնացնել իրենց ներքին գործընթացները եւ երրորդը որը շատ կարեւոր է
sessions involve foreign high quality professionals who will come and will do almost free of charge. We will go through all the processes and they will offer a plan of modernization. And after that, of course, we see a radical growth in terms of the productivity of the companies. For example, Aram is my friend, I can allow myself. Recently we were talking about Grand Tobacco. I asked Aram, do you know what's the cost of delivery of one block of cigarettes, one block which consists of 10 packs of cigarettes? He said, no, I don't know. This is about about everybody, starting from big companies down to the small companies. And in order to solve this problem, we'll increase the productivity. Now, this growth of productivity from the first glance looks scaring. It creates a false impression. A lot of people lose their jobs. But on the other hand, but that's not true, because companies will become more competitive, and more competitive companies, they'll sell more products, and that meaning that they can hire more people. And that's why people this year got the Nobel Prize because they prove that increase of productivity doesn't always mean laying off people. Now, when we're talking about human resources, you spoke about increasing the quality of education, and Mr. Geropian say, yeah, we need to do that, but we can't wait for that, meaning that if during the second wave our services were providing, selling outside of Armenia, we reached the point that we need to bring qualified specialists from outside. I'm not talking about Igor and our compatriot Armenians, fellow Armenians, but I'm talking general specialists from abroad. So in order to solve this problem, we have a really general problems. For example, work permit issues. I know that's outside of your ministry, but we need to work something. We need to do something. That's the first problem, is complicated process of getting work permit. Now, second, in order to get the financing from the venture capitals, it is required that these companies have to be registered in US. This is not only about Armenia, it's about every country. And there are certain countries that have started to create environments or free zones. So if that means the VCs, they can be sure they will have guarantees that if they invest in companies that are registered in Armenia, they have some protection, legislative protection or other. So I heard that there are some programs. Mr. Khachatryan, also you're thinking about VCs, venture capitals, but let's speak about involvement of workforce and making easy the financing. About 10 days ago, I participated in an online discussion, and Hako Parshakian has organized, and our Megazian, our head of migration service, was also there. He raised that issue and said that by the end of the year we are going to have the legislative package, which will make much easier to give work permit to foreigners so they can get status and work. So the details are there in that draft legislation. It's in the parliament. If you are interested, you can go to the website of the migration service, and I also have it. If you are interested, I can forward it to. So government has heard about that, reacted very quickly. Really, we need now bring foreign human resources. And sometimes it's not even important the quality, whether it's high quality workforce or low quality workforce, but the problem exists, and the company that needs that and then applies to the relevant services, and this person is being registered, and so they say that we need to involve for X number of years to hire that person, and then government gives that work permit. Now, if you have that kind of concerns within the frame of my information, this is the situation this is the current situation. At least the head of the migration service presented this way. But Mr. Keropan is right. We can't really wait till the fixing education. We're talking about training. We're talking about changing the whole notion of higher education. So whatever is acceptable in developed countries where the connection between education, practice, and science is not split. They are well connected. We need to solve this problem, and there's professions that are demanded, and we have agreements with the universities, and we present them. This is the demand, and we offer to tell the students from the first day of their education to get involved in certain areas, and it doesn't matter if the economic, precise sciences or other. So because these young people are at age that they can do scientific inventions. So we have 12-year-long education before becoming students. Remember, people of my generation remember we were graduating school when we're 16, 17 years old, and with second grade students we're starting to have practical trainings, and now it has to start from the day one. Student is not just to study lessons and pass the tests. The student has to be involved in practical or scientific research work from the day one. One more observation. Years ago, we're assessing the potential of Armenia. The highest value was human capital, and economically that was the assessment. Unfortunately, today, when we evaluate national wealth, so the proportion of human capital goes down. If we look at the different countries and they compete with the developed world, so their value of human capital is increasing. This is the most concerning things, and I want to speak about that, and we need to think very seriously. Then that means the knowledge that we get, and then the knowledge that we can develop further, so this problem is not solved. And here where the labor productivity and the rest of the things are they are situated. So we're talking about human capital and to create just favorable conditions. Now, whatever Mr. Keropan presented, he will talk in details, because Mr. Keropan he sees the main role of the ministry to create this kind of environment. So what he said is is correct. Our businesses, they have to feel comfortable. I'm one of those type of people that think with less government interferes, it's better. I don't think I personally don't like when government interferes in my personal affairs. I prefer to take care of my personal affairs. So more invisible is the state, it's better. So that theory of invisible hand is quite acceptable for me. A lot of people now criticize this theory of invisible hand, but I have this belief during all my life. Again, I was a lecturer of classical Soviet political economy, but later I became a classical liberal economist, because neoliberalism is completely different. I'm talking about classical liberalism. And in this regard, I would like to see, and Mr. Keropian also, I guess, will agree with you, not to see the presence of the government as businesses. So we have to organize in such a delicate way the work of the government, of the state, in order not to create any problems in your daily life. But in order to do that, we need to get from you all the time the information. You need to tell us all the time. We do a little thing and then we get a big result. You made a very good observation. If we are late, business finds its own way. Yeah, well, they go through difficulties, they have higher cost and waste time, but they find a way. And Mr. Keropian indicated an important thing. And we are talking about high tech. And particularly, we're talking about our ministry. So without hesitation, whatever is old, we have to put aside. Is it technology? Is it equipment? In the same agriculture, when the requirements are very high in the agriculture, so they give their results already. And the same is about the industry and tech and our daily life, our household life. So in Yerevan, we don't have the right to have buses, transport system that will not comply with the modern requirements, social, ecological, human. We don't have the right. So this is the way we have to, this is the approach we have to have, because we have an advantage. We can reform using the mistakes and the experience of the others, using the experience of the Eastern Europe. Let's not repeat the mistakes that they've had. Otherwise, we will be really late and we will never reach our dreams. Thank you. In reality, if we are talking about third wave, we need to understand that third wave also has a problem. And this problem, dear Rafi, as you mentioned, that the companies that more or less they are successful, so they immediately emigrate to Delaware or Netherlands or some other jurisdiction, where the most important thing is that the rights of investors are well protected. I can recall that back in 2017, we were going through first round, and they were American investors. They found out from Google a couple of stories that how bad the rights of investors are protected in Armenian jurisdiction. And we couldn't do anything except of the shareholding structure of Menu. We moved it to British jurisdiction. We opened a holding company in London according to British law or English law, to protect the rights of investors. And of course, a lot of companies, they emigrate from Armenian jurisdiction to Delaware or Netherlands or Ireland or UK. And now our job is to create such an environment in Armenia that the rights of investors will be protected as well as they are protected in UK or US. Israel has a good experience and has created in their own country a system that works according to British law. Now we are studying how much will it cost to organize that, because we are talking about the fact that there are companies, or for example, PixArt recently was assessed as $1.5 billion, but it's an American company, in fact, because it is registered in US. Yes, it has been created in Armenia, the majority of shareholders from Armenia, and when this company goes public, a lot of Armenian residents will become rich, but not Armenian economy directly. Now, this problem, it has to be the fourth wave, when after solving these problems, then we'll assure that Armenian companies staying in Armenian jurisdiction, they will be able to become unicorns, become bigger, and without any problem could involve the biggest world investors. So the first of all is the problem of jurisdiction we need to solve, and perhaps some tax regimes also. We have to bring our jurisdiction something very similar to Delaware. Sorry, are you doing some steps? Yeah, we are in the phase of research. It's not that we have decided that the date and the time that we are going to introduce that. This is a stage of research. We're discussing work in different directions, and this is being done by our ministry. And the department is in charge of the business environment. They do this work. But by the way, I would like to say that one of the panels in previous panel mentioned that GDPR, which is it's a law is a very high level of protection of personal data. So the companies that are they work in EU, but the companies registered in EU when they work outside of EU, or companies outside of EU, so they have to require the same standards for personal data protection from their partner companies. I understand that Armenia is quite advanced, and we have adopted GDPR. Yes, but there's a lot of work to do. Recently, about 7-8 months ago, this issue became part of our agenda when your top manager was here in Armenia, and Rafi, you have worked there. TVR has a support center in Armenia, and this support center has a problem in terms of their activities because Armenia hasn't adopted the full package of GDPR in terms of personal data protection. Our legislation is not perfect yet, so it's part of our roadmap, and we need to help. So companies like TeamViewer and others, they can employ a lot of people in Armenia, so they provide services to Facebook, Google, etc., so they can work in a relaxed way and to serve from Armenia those clients that are in the territories of GDPR. One of our sponsors is GIZ. So they approached to us, and we worked, and we understood from the Ministry of Justice that we are at the last kind of phase, and I hope that by the end of this year or beginning of next year, so we'll have the bilateral relationship established in this sense with Germany and then with the rest of the EU. Mr. Khachaturian, again, I would like to speak a little bit about science. Mr. Domena is not here to talk about general financing of the science, but the financing of science has two components. One is the basic financing of the science, which is about supporting scientists in all areas. And there are some targeted financing, particularly we are talking about dual use good, dual technologies. Ms. Khachat, it's in your field or some innovation labs. So we need to have levers in order to really make more targeted the creation of these higher added values. And we need to cooperate with the private sector in this regard. What could you say? So, well, up to recent times, everybody had an impression that the government doesn't pay any attention at finance. There's very low level of financing. The economic circles also were just comparing what's the percentage of the GDP in terms of financing science, and that was the only indicator comparing the attitude of the government towards science, comparing with the neighboring countries. This is, of course, one of the indicators of the assessment of the country's economy. And as we as economists, it's legitimate to use those indicators. But the second is that to what extent this science becomes really active factor in the economy. So our ministry supports on daily basis the Ministry of Education, the support of science, because we have some opportunities, some capability to support some researches. So the question is to what extent they reach their targets. And one good thing is that there are people, groups, institutes that are seriously doing research. They have inventions and they have successes and initiatives that they are already being applied in practice. Another thing is that it all needs to be coordinated, because everybody has a piece of a big idea. Everybody has some equipment doing some kind of work, but some are not informed. The others, they don't have access to this equipment. So this is the problem that we need to coordinate. So we as a ministry also, I see this kind of task for us to do this, because when we're talking about high tech, so the high tech in our daily life, it's everywhere. And if we are talking about high-tech industry, it becomes a really different, is an issue of different magnitude, because government has, the state has to be involved fully there, but also our education and science, they have to be present there. So my opinion is the following: if we can coordinate and connect these groups together, the results are very good. If we leave them alone and they are trying to solve their problems, we create problems during the time. So I see the problem of coordination, and we can solve that as a ministry, and of course the Ministry of Education and Science, and of course the Academy of Sciences. Let's not forget about the Academy. We have a concrete case that we cooperate, and of course we inherited from the Soviet time different scientific subordination of scientific research institute under the ministry or under the academy. And basically, they say there is an issue that was doing fundamentals, dealing with fundamental science. We need to understand the relevance of that institute. On the other hand, we are interested is their level of applicability, and we need to set criteria that the government money that goes, state financing that goes to there, so they bring to their final results. 2 emissions. And so as far as venture capital is concerned, I would like to say that finally, with the participation of Armenian government, so there was a tender declared among VCs. The tender has been completed. There is a winner, and now our ministry, my deputy David Sahakian, is coordinating this thing. So we are negotiating with the winner. What are the conditions that were ready for them, and the issue you raised is still valid, and they also require that the company has to be registered in Delaware. And if Mr. Keropian manages to solve that part, the problem, through their ministry, it will be good. But we don't really feel very bad when organization requires this for the development purposes. No, but we need to say that we can state that there is a VC, and in fact, people that need to cooperate with VCs, they can utilize that. And of course, and there are private companies, they would like to create their own VCs. If there is a way we can help them, we are ready to do that. One more thing, and this is to the organizers, the UATE. I'm pretty sure that your position is the same, but I'm going to remind you that the society that is involved in tech, and they are represented through these companies, and this event was for these companies, and our approach is that we cooperate with everybody. So I apologize. I anticipate that might be some other comments, interpretation. But again, I want to use this platform and say that we work and we are ready to work with everybody, and particularly and organizations like yours. They make easier our job, because through you we work with 100 companies, and we discuss problems with 100 companies. So it's much easier for the government to work through so-called trade unions. I don't pretty much like that. How do you call it? So how do we use union community, let's say tech community? So we exist for everybody. Please take that into account. Thank you. Mr. Keropian, our time is over, but it's one important question. Our whole summit, the title is How to Develop in Post-COVID World. Now, what do you think? What are the paths that are open for us, and we need to choose in order to bring our country to the next phase, availing to the opportunities that emerged during the pandemic? How to use more the online resources, and what is our direction that we need to move towards in order to really be successful? Well, frankly speaking, I felt on my skin not post-pandemic impact, but post-war impact, and it's very important to understand. Well, because pandemic has less impact on our life rather than the war results. If I may, 2 words about science, and then I'll talk about your question now. So the vision of Ministry of Economy is the following. We have Agency for Intellectual Property, and we have planned how the Institute of Intellectual Property is getting to develop, and how we are going to strengthen the protection of IP. It's very important to understand. And also, you know that the government has a plan that in upcoming few years to increase 4 times the financing of science. And next year, we are going to spend 85% more money on science than this year. But this is not the end. Again, according to our plan, according to action plan, we also are going to give additional tools for financing the science. This is the R&D work, financing of R&D work by private companies, or compensation of the expenses. R&D expenses carried out by private companies. This is a very practical approach. So there are two directions. Private companies, they have scientists, researchers, or to implement the Institute of Industrial PhDs. Again, in visible future, we are going to have programs by which we will boost the private companies to carry out research work, and we will compensate that using some formula. At the same time, it's very important job has to do our technological transfer office, and it's going to be fully operational next year. We need to be patient because it's an instrument that will not give results in one day. But this technology transfer office is to become link, connecting bridge between science and businesses. And there's a lot of work to do in terms of legislation. Who is the owner of the results of the research work? Does it belong to the person, institute, or the government who financed the R&D work? And we have wonderful specialists in diaspora. For example, we have Armenian. Elena is the head of this technology transfer office of Harvard, for example. She's Armenian, and we hope that our friends will help us to correctly fund that. So we will we'll find the scientific research works that have practical applications and then give them to the businesses. And maybe these businesses are outside of Armenia, so they can pay for that. So, and this is our goal. Now, as far as what are going to be our tasks in this post-war, post-pandemic period, of course, here, one of our big tasks is creation of new generation of SMEs. Armenia is in the first place in the world by the number of new enterprises, established enterprises per capita. According to World Bank report recently published, Armenia is in the first place in terms of, but by now number of failures also is in the first place, meaning that we are organizing wrong SMEs, establishing wrong SMEs, or we don't give the support to those SMEs so they can go through this incubation period more successfully. Of course, our plan is to create new generation of SMEs which have potential for growth and to help the founders of these innovative companies to go successfully, easily through this hard period of time, initial incubation time. The support is through incubation. We are going to help them to put together correct business plans, to get correct knowledge in order to go through this embryonic stage. And then they will become bankable businesses, so they can grow. And we have really pretty bad statistics. In the same Baltic states, the newly established companies, the chances of them become bigger, it's like 10 times higher than in case of Armenian companies. And this is the problem we need to solve. The good thing is that these new SMEs, there are a lot of them. There's abundance of them. People assume those risks and enter the games, join the game, and we need to help them to join the games in the right way, and to help them to go through incubation period more easily. And we hope that if we are successful in this task, so we'll have big group of good companies, good small companies, and they may become the centers of the future growth. Very well, thank you, Mr. Khacha. Do you have any concluding remarks What should we do? Mr. Kiropian, I think, presented very important things, and the concerns that we had that we as a state, we have commitments to create such an environment that these newly established businesses to get on feet and move ahead. And also we also have our participation, particularly when we deal with the startups and we give them chance to start. Now we are trying to understand to what extent we can be helpful in the future. And we understand why do they shut down, lack the imperfections of legislation or business, the market size or other obstacles in the company. They don't allow them to grow. And we do this economic assessment saying the country is small and it's not really wise to make investments in this country, but these are old notions. Now the opportunities of the country has nothing to do with the size of the country and the population, because knowledge has much more opportunities and we need to use this opportunity. And what Mr. Kiropian was talking about, this is approach, it's a strategy of our government or main direction. This is the way we think. We want in our country to see the basic principles of our economy like this. And also how we are going to interface state, businesses, and the society. To what extent we use the same language, but again, I apologize. I want to remind, when we see as a state, as a government, when we say that the best way of preventing pandemic is to wear masks and be disciplined, this is not something, it's a caprice. This is, and of course, vaccination. So there is no other remedy, has not been found in the world. So let's help each other. I apologize again. I want to remind that the figures that I see, I'm really concerned, particularly in terms of businesses. Look, Mr. Kiropian kept saying that let's don't go to lockdown, don't limit the businesses, because we very nicely understand if we stop somewhere, again, it's going to be very hard to relaunch. Again, at the end, I want to urge everybody and myself, today I'm here, tomorrow I'm going to be somewhere else in terms of position, but we need to use our common sense and our ability of thinking, because be disciplined. For example, is it required to get vaccinated? Let's do that. And you can also require that some legislation to be changed. Legislation is bad, let's change it. I'm talking about simple things, very simple things. And I think this is very often these simple solutions can bring our successes. Thank you for this opportunity, for this exhibition. And I'm convinced that we'll continue our traditions because they change environment, they create new environment. This 1 month in Armenia was different in terms of perception. Engineers were in the focus, tech people were in the focus. It's different environment this month in Armenia. We need to continue this mood. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Okay, perhaps we'll wrap up our conversation today. It was very interesting, and from our side, I would like to express our readiness to Mr. Khachaturian and Mr. Kiropian to work with you. Very interesting things happened during this Digi Week, DigiTec, and our guest by Kuzonian, Aram ΑՏΖΜ from Service Titan. They had chances to give different interviews, and everybody comes to the same point that what does it give the IT sector to people? On one hand, you need to dream, and if you have really idea that you devote yourself, you're going to succeed. And we are ready to devote ourselves to this goal, and we, as Mr. Khachetner said, not you and us, we together. We need to work together in terms of digitization and other things that you mentioned. We need to solve together. Thank you to everybody, and thanks for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much, Rafi, and thank you to our two esteemed panelists. Two things to know before you walk out today. One is that if you do have a translation device, please leave it with the volunteers outside the door. And the second, that we'll be hosting a lunch for everyone to get to know one another following the end of the program. But to close out today, I'd like to invite back to finish up the program Alexander Yasayan, Chairman of the Board of the Union of Armenian Technology Enterprises.
Colleagues, dear friends, first I would like to thank everyone for attending this conference, for attending the expo. I think in what comes to the conference, we had really interesting topics, interesting people, and overall the theme post-COVID world, I think, played a big role in all the industry, in all the IT companies that we have currently working in Armenia. I remember when COVID started, a lot of companies were very worried that they will go to bankruptcy. Some of them have lost contracts, but then it recovered. And I think overall, if we look now, COVID played in some sense positive role to Armenian IT companies because of the digital services get more and more involved. People start working remotely, many same shopping, everything start going more onto digital side. So now we can see that of course there is challenges as well, which are tackled by Armenian companies, but what we see today is that there is real big change and big shift in the Armenian tech ecosystem. The engagement, the level of companies participating, the number of startups, the number of investment, the number of growth that we have now is non-comparable to last year, non-comparable to years before. So, and this attention brings multiplier effect. So we see that companies have success, companies have big success, and when we see the examples of Service Titan talking to founders, we see that this is possible, we start to believe in this, and we start to going into that big direction. So I think we have very positive side that we have very positive days in Armenian tech sector. Of course, we have challenges, what we speak about, the education. The most is the resources, which again is coming to education. So all these big companies with whom we were talking today morning, we had breakfast with some of the founders of different companies, and all of us agreed that we need to invest into education. And we now putting agenda in front of us, so who will do what, how much amount of money we will invest, in which direction, whether it is ARMAT, whether it is other initiatives like TUMO and COAF. So how we can bring all together, first to inline what we are doing and go forward. So I would like again to thank everyone for the participation, and this will be continued, of course. Thank you.